for all the services running. So Ashish told me that might be I need to increase the memory of VCSA. So hello.
Increase the memory of VCSA. I mean, you might already be using 12 GB of your memory.
Yeah, but my question is, if I want to increase further memory for VCSA, how is it possible, like on the run? Because VC has already been configured. So how is
Mm.
it possible to increase the memory of VCSA?
To increase the memory, you just need to go to that ESXi host and go to the VM. So log into the ESXi host using either. So since VCSA is not working, you can log in directly, through the web client, and then go to the VM and then shut down the VCSA VM and increase the memory. Uh,
Okay, okay, thank you.
but you don't need to, if it is already 12 GB, you don't need to increase it. How much total memory do you have in your machine?
Total I allocated 14 GB for the ESXi01 on which VCSA has been out.
That's fine, but how much is the total in how much is the total in your laptop?
32.
32.
Yes, sir.
32. Okay, you can increase it then. But
Okay,
first you need to increase your ESXi host memory.
okay.
So before you can increase the memory of, so what is your ESXi host memory?
14 GB. 14, 1 4.
Okay. Okay, so you can increase that. And how much is free in your laptop?
I think a lot of memory.
Okay, so then increase like 3 GB more, 14 to 18 or 4 GB, and
Okay,
then increase the memory of your VCSA. But with 12 GB, yeah, increase the memory of your ESXi host, then it will start working.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Assalamualaikum, Nan bhai. Sorry you got late. Happy New Year.
No, no, no problem. Happy New Year to you too. Guys, start your infrastructure. Today we are doing Vmotion, storage Vmotion, DRS configuration. Very, very important lecture, but please make sure your infrastructure is working. Infrastructure is very, very important to work. I think Wasim is having problem with logging in. Are you logged in,
Assalamu
Wasim?
alaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum salam, Wasim. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, how are you?
Very good, very good.
Okay, so finally I logged in. I'm going to join Zoom on my laptop.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, guys, when starting up your infrastructure, make sure your Windows server is up and your ESXi host is working. Today, we are going to need 2 ESXi hosts, but exception to your memory that you're using for your lab on your laptop, please start 2 ESXi hosts at least, if not 3. And Zishan, you can have just one ESXi host at the moment and start VCSA. Once it starts functioning, then later on we can see we can adjust some memory and start the second ESXi host.
So right now I am with all three ESXi hosts and also in the VCSA.
And it's working?
vSphere. Yeah, right now it's working, sir.
Okay,
After,
okay, very
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
So I think it was Salim who is having issue then. Salim, are you having issue with your VCSA?
Yeah, I used to, but right now it's working, sir. It's fine.
Okay, okay, excellent,
Yeah,
excellent, very good.
I have only 16 GB, so
But
it's okay.
but now your VCSA plus ESXi hosts are working.
Yeah, it's working fine right now.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adnan bhai, if they have given the 14 GB to EXX host and 12 GB to virtual center, then it means they allocated 26 GB memory out of 32 GB.
If they are using how much again?
If they have total 32 GB,
Right.
14 GB is for the EXX host, 12 GB is for virtual center. It means 26 GB is already allocated. So thumb of rule is your laptop should have at least 20% free resource, memory and CPU and disk space.
Right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, by the problem here is this VCSA appliance, it takes a lot of resources. So we are trying anything and everything just to make it work. Because we tried all these combinations, increasing VCSA memory, decreasing laptop memory, and all that. So in this nested environment that we are working, the normal rules doesn't work. So that's why we are trying everything. So at least now VCSA is working for everyone. But yes, you're right. At least 20% free memory is important for the host machine.
Memory, CPU, and disk.
Yes. Disk and CPU, no one has any issue, but the memory is a bottleneck.
Sir, could you please repeat what are we going to do? Because I joined a bit late.
Yes, so I haven't started. I'm just keep on saying that please start your infrastructure because we will be starting up with the vCenter, Vmotion, storage Vmotion, DRS configuration. For that, we need to make sure that we are able to log into Esxi host and VCSA as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Quick question.
Yeah,
if you don't mind, I would like to take 2-3 minutes.
Yes, sure.
I got one request from the student. He is requesting for the course completion certificate. Can you please give your feedback on that?
Yes. So guys, course completion certificate, since these are workshop trainings and this is actually, we are doing tuition. So you can consider it as a tuition or hands-on lab with all of these technologies. It's not that important to get a course completion certificate. What I would recommend, more than the course completion certificate, if you like, I can give it to you. It's fine. It will be from 360 Cloud Academy that I'm running. And so you can get it, but it's not that important. The most important thing is the professional certification. Professional certification is very, very important that you are already getting. So I think there is no need for the course completion certificate, but if still somebody needs it, I can just print it out of, from Word in a Word file and send it to you.
Also, Adnan bhai, I want to clarify one more thing, like the tuition fees, please elaborate again. Like guys, you guys are paying, you usually take payment in cash. Because of COVID other stuff, we are asking to pay online. And for this, you won't get any tax receipt. If you pay amount plus tax, you get receipt for HST. Adnan bhai, can you please clarify and elaborate again?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct that we won't be able to give. So mostly in tuition, HST doesn't apply. So that's the first thing. But if you still need HST just to have it part of your tax return at the end of the training, you need to pay that extra fee and then you can get the receipt. Otherwise, it's a cash transaction normally, and it's this is tuition and hands-on lab. It doesn't cover under HST.
Because if you want invoice, we can give the invoice, but you have to tell upfront before when you make the payment, not after 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. Because back end, we have to update the accountant. So that's the reason, guys, if you need invoice, please inform us during the enrollment itself.
Yes.
Also, Adnan bhai, I would like to talk to Ashish for 2 minutes. Ashish, are you there?
Yes, Ashish is here, I think.
Ashish, I believe you have 3-4 queries. One of them was cloud. So Ashish, from time to time, we offer specials on cloud program. The time you enroll was 3-in-1, which is Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, and Introduction to Terraform. The regular course fees was 2,000. We were offering for 1,000, but I had given the special discount and consider you for 900. Adnan Bhai has sent another advertisement for 2 programs, which is Azure and AWS for 500. So from time to time, we have different programs, different promotions. So don't club multiple things into that one.
Okay.
So please let us know if you have any question on that one, Ashish.
No problem. Amin bhai, we can speak with Esxi at the end of the training. I mean, whatever confusion whoever has, we can just clear that out, inshallah.
Adnan, but sorry I interrupted because
Yes.
you offer new subject Office 365 too. Is that possible? Just 2 minutes explain for that. Is that
Yes,
good
I
for
can.
us
I
if
can.
we participate?
Sure. Just remind me at the end of the lecture, I'll explain 2 new courses are starting up, Office 365 and DevOps. But Office 365, I definitely clearly want you to have to take it for everyone. Actually, this will be included at the end of the training, but we can start with this, but we can discuss that at the end of this training. Please remind me.
Yeah, and then I would like to take just 2 minutes. So one query was for Ashish for that one. And second query was that he was not added to the group. Guys, just want to clarify you that we will not add anyone to the WhatsApp group or training material Google Drive unless until you confirm and make the payment.
Okay.
And regarding Active Directory workshop and MCSA. So first question was Active Directory workshop is complete hands-on for Active Directory, introduction to IT and networking. We never offered MCSA along with the MCSA, along with the Active Directory workshop. Each and every course is separate. If you have miscommunicated or you might have heard something different, then please clarify that one. In the workshop itself, myself and Adnan Bhai has explained clearly. Active Directory workshop is a foundation-based course. Based on that, you can make a decision whether to go MCSA route, desktop route, cloud, admin, based on your skill and experience.
Okay.
And so Adnan Bhai, like MCSA is a separate track, AD workshop is a separate track. So Ashish or whoever might have misunderstood, they can check that email, they can check the advertisement, and still we have the links. Each and every course, we will provide the link and advertisement. Clear instruction for the course, duration, content, and everything.
Okay, excellent. Yes. So,
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Excellent, guys. Guys, any confusion, anything, we can discuss that at the end of this lecture. Today we have a very, very important lecture. And remember, we need to keep our eyes on the prize. Inshallah, you all will be getting it back in the first or 2 or 3 months. Guys, don't worry about the money. Don't worry about that. Your time is very, very important, and it will all be fixed. Don't worry about this.
Sorry, my name was being called. I just ran to the washroom and I just came back
Oh,
home.
that's
Sorry.
excellent. Sometimes, washrooms are excellent. I mean, going for that washroom break was, it's a blessing.
Really? Sorry. I don't know. Did I miss
You are
something
right,
important?
sir.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like it.
I never thought of washroom as a blessing. I mean, washroom is always a blessing, but in this case, it was really, really a blessing. Okay.
Otherwise, sir, it's difficult to stop Ashish. When he starts speaking, nobody can stop.
No, actually, Ashish is like our torpedo. I mean, and in the market, he will be like a torpedo as well, for sure.
I missed
So
something
Adnan,
really
I would like
important
to
right
take 2
now.
minutes, if you don't mind, to explain Ashish. That way I will clarify. Ashish, I was trying to clarify your first information about the cloud course as well as your program. The time you enroll for the cloud program was 3-in-1, which is Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, and Introduction to Terraform. The regular course fees for that one was 2,000.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry,
and we were offering you for $1,000, and I have given you special discount 100, and I've made you for 900. Adnan Bhai or me, we will post time to time different promotions. So you might got that other promotion only 2 courses. So guys, when you enroll, stick to that one.
Oh, right. About that. Yeah, that's fine, man. We already had the conversation that day, right?
Yes, I want to clarify your 2 more doubts. That one was, second one, any student who are interested in joining the course, whenever they pay the fee, then only we'll add them to the WhatsApp group chat and give access to our training material. In your case, you have done the workshop course, but you didn't make the decision of joining MCSA or not. Because of that reason, you were not added to the group or not shared the training material. And also, for your information, like when we had the chat conversation, we never ever offered MCSA along with the AD workshop. AD workshop course is a base and foundation course which covered in-depth of Active Directory, introduction to IT, introduction to networking. And based on our conversation, you said that you know some knowledge, you have hands-on and work on it. So I have advised you, if you want to do MCSA your own, I will support you for that and I'll give you free premium dumps. That doesn't mean that I'm offering you AD workshop and MCSA in one price. As a brother, as a courtesy, I said I will offer you free exam dumps. So if there is a miscommunication or misunderstood from your end, don't blame me for that or Adnan bhai.
Yeah, that's completely fine, right, bro? You know, in the end of the day, whatever it was. You know, things were said. It was weird, and you know, I guess I didn't understand. You know, a lot of more other guys didn't understand, but you know, now that we have it clear, I guess this should be fine, and we can continue with the class, right?
Excellent, very good.
And also, like another important information, guys. From time to time, we'll offer promotions. And we offer 1 or 2 free class. We get 100 of enrollment for free class. When we ask for registration and make the payment, out of 100, only 10 will show up. Because we cannot force anyone to join for free. If we are offering free, 1 or 2 class. After that, we cannot. Because everyone has their family, they have to pay bills. And we are giving a special discounted price. And the tax one, Ashish, I want to clarify one more thing. These courses are hands-on labs as a tuitions. If you need certification or if you need tax receipt, then just consider if you go to any institute or any college, the average course fees will be minimum $1,000 plus for each course. They will provide you the certificate, they will provide you the tax receipt. We are not doing that. We are just providing training.
Okay.
And last point was, if you need advice anything, you have to tell upfront during the payment, that time itself, not after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. It will be hard for us because back end we have to update to our accountant and everything. In case of any issues, miscommunication, you can reach out to Adnan or me directly, no issues.
Okay,
Thank you, Adnan.
excellent. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you. Excellent, very good. Guys, let's start. And today we are doing a very, very important topic, which is Vmotion and Svmotion and DRS and SVDRS. Just a second, I'm just sending an email to Ashar. I think Ashar is saying that his WhatsApp is not working, so I'm gonna just reply to his email. So I'm just taking this 60 seconds to send him the invite. How can one survive without WhatsApp nowadays? He's saying his WhatsApp is not working. Okay, anyways.
Yes, Adnan, a lot of problems going on with the WhatsApp. I had the same issue. I cannot open WhatsApp on my laptop.
Really? Come on, Amin bhai, don't say that. WhatsApp, you know, WhatsApp is a super application. Billions of people are using it.
Back end, someone is misusing that as well. Be careful. A lot of things has been hacked. Okay. Don't put your personal stuff, anything.
Okay.
Meanwhile, like the one for the Office 65 cloud, And we have remaining 2-3 class. If you want, we can have the Thursday or Saturday or Friday, Saturday class. So that like right now, based on the market, it's a mandatory requirement for Office 365 along with MCSA, Azure.
Yeah, that's true. It is required. Office 365 is a very important product, but we will discuss with this group as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a very quick question, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
So whenever we start VCSA, as I did, it like 2 hours for all the services to like get started. And the automatic thing which you are showing on the screen,
Right.
most of the things have not started yet. So is it our duty to go manually and start each and every services, sir?
Only no. So only in this class environments, it's just taking time. But in the real environment, first of all, we don't even restart VCSA. VCSA just keeps on running. Number one. Number two, VCSA is running on physical hardware, directly physical hardware. Here, it is running inside ESXi host. That is running inside VMware workstation. That is running inside the laptop. So there are too many layers of hardware. So for that reason, the VCSA is acting up at the moment, but in the real environment, it's not like this. Real environment, we don't have to go back to services and make sure it is started. It's a very stable application.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And sir, I want to ask one more thing. So if I want to start VCSA, like vSphere client, so what, I mean, only we have to start this ESXi host one, or we have to start all of the ESXi hosts? Like what exactly we have to run to answer VCSA client?
Yes.
Client?
So everyone, the good question is, what is the good way of restarting VCSA? As you can see on the screen, I am connected to ESXi1. This is my ESXi1, which is IP address 50, and my VCSA is on 1. I don't have to restart ESXi host. I just need to restart VCSA. That's it. So if you need to just restart VCSA, we log into ESXi host just like this with this client, go to VM. And when you select this VM for VCSA, here you just need to power it off and power it back on. Okay. So does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Only like,
So, sir, same thing applies for the rest of the VM machines, like virtual machines, right?
Exactly. So rest of the VMs, if we need to do anything and VCSA is not working, that's the only way we can manage this environment, by directly logging into ESXi host.
So, sir, in the real life, if I have to shut down any of the VM due to some, any reason, right? Mm-hmm. So I have to shut down from the same window which you have right now?
Exactly. From this window, if VCSA is not working, mostly we do everything from VCSA. Okay. So I've just started VCSA and I'll check that out in the moment. In a moment, I'll give it like 10 minutes. So everyone, we are here on this screen. So today we are doing understanding Vmotion, and so we started with Vmotion in the last lecture. Vmotion is a technology in which we can move live VMs from one ESXi host to another. There are some prerequisites for Vmotion, and before that we need to understand our architecture. Our architecture started with this. So this was our architecture. We started with one Windows server and one ESXi host. Both were connected. We directly connected to that. And then we expanded our infrastructure. We have now, so if you have even one Windows server with Active Directory, that will be fine as well. In my infrastructure, I have a DC separate, and I have a ESXi host. I also have a Windows server from where I'm managing all these 3 ESXi hosts. And ESXi host 1 is having VCSA appliance. So we need to have a very clear understanding of our infrastructure. So here, So you can log in. You can log into these ESXi hosts either by a web client or by a PuTTY client as well. From a PuTTY client, you can log into the ESXi host through a command line if you need to run any commands. We can also then in one of the lectures we also discussed the storage strategy. For the storage, we need to have a shared storage between these ESXi hosts. This is very, very important for all of these advanced services. So if you haven't configured storage before setting up DRS and all of the other high advanced services, we need to have shared storage. Now, what is the meaning of a shared storage? Shared storage, meaning of shared storage is that we need to basically, we need to make sure that the disk is part of a Windows server or a open filer server. In both cases, the disk will be shared to these ESXi hosts. So once, if the disk is available for both of the ESXi hosts, then we can configure the advanced services within VCSA, and shared storage is very, very important.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum. I was
Walaikum
a little late.
assalam. No
Sorry
problem.
Okay, sir. We have once we create a open filer, once we have a disk there, formatted disk. So that VCS, so that open filer can be used with any setup, like any ESXi host setup, or it should be in the same range, because IP scheme there's no I think connection of the hosts, right? So you can connect I think any kind of EXI host. Is that correct? I'm not sure, because I tried, but I was not able to.
Okay, so your question is about, can we use any type of storage with any type of ESXi host? Is that what your question is?
Yes, like once you have a storage, if you have a 3 setups, you made 3 different setups, one for home and one for the lab,
Okay.
one for the class. So same open filer you can use for 3 of those setups.
Yes, you can use, if you're using the same IP subnet, then you can use it for all the 3 setups.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was my question. If the IP scheme is different, then?
If IP scheme is different, then you need to have a separate storage server. So let's say if you're looking at my screen, I'm using 192.168.10, and for your home lab, you're using 192.168.100, and for another lab, you're using 172 something. Then you need to have the storage server on the same subnet as well. So you need to create 3 different storage.
Oh, I see. That's why I think my IP scheme was different. That's why I tried, but it couldn't.
Okay, so everyone, in the last lecture we discussed about Vmotion. Vmotion, very simple, guys. Vmotion is a technology that can move a live VM from one ESXi host to another, and it's a very, very important technology in a sense that the end users will never be disconnected. So you can understand the end users. End users are everything for any organization. Just like they say, customer is everything. Customer, you cannot disappoint a customer. A customer once connected to your website, to your organization, you can do your maintenance on your own, but make sure that customers or end users that are connected to your application are not disconnected. And Vmotion is that technology that can automatically move VMs from one ESXi host to another. Now, in order to configure Vmotion, there is a requirement. There are few requirements actually in order to configure a Vmotion. So Vmotion requirement. So first of all, here in this slide, we are seeing that this is ESXi host. It is connected to a storage, and here VM is sitting on one ESXi host. VM can move from one ESXi host to another. Now, in the last lecture, we also discussed that migration is of 2 types, and this is known as migration because you are migrating a VM from one ESXi host to another. So in this case, this is a cold migration. You're moving one VM from one ESXi host to another. Now, when you move a VM When you move a VM, basically three things can move with a VM. So with a VM, you can move the compute resources, which is CPU, RAM. So we have CPU, RAM, and disk. So when a VM needs to move, it needs to move all three resources, or you can keep the storage as is and you can move CPU and RAM. So these three things needs to move from one ESXi host to another. Guys, think of a real environment. Think of a real environment of IBM, or maybe think of a real environment of any hospital. In the hospital, there are many servers, there are many users that are connected to those servers. On an airport, there are many servers and many users are connected. So this is one of the ESXi hosts in let's say in a large organization. And on this ESXi host, there are many VMs. And now you need to move these VMs from one ESXi host to another without interrupting the end users. So end users shouldn't be interrupted. Now, why I'm keep on saying that without interrupting end users, guys, the reason is, but before Vmotion, the only way to move was to shut down a VM and then move it from one place to another. Even now, let's say two students needs to share their lab. So let's say Alamgir needs to share his lab with Naveed or maybe with Wasim. And in order to get the lab, so Alamgir would need to just shut down all of the VMs and then copy it into a USB and give that USB to Wasim, and Wasim can copy those VM into his machine and run the VMs. So this is known as cold migration. This is a feature in virtualization where you can move your infrastructure from one place to another. So Vmotion, or the migration, is of two types. There is a cold migration in which you move a dead VM or a shutdown VM, whereas the second one is a hot migration in which you move a live VM from one place to another. So we understand this technology here.
Yeah, but sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, in cold migration, it means if I am sitting in Toronto and my another office is in London.
Yes.
So I can copy dead VMs into my USB and then take it all the way to London and install it in the London office. Can I do that?
Exactly. And you don't have to install them. You just need to have ESXi host there. Just copy the VMs as is. So when we say copy a VM, we understand that VM is made up of files, right? So if I can go here, if we can go into our this folder. So this is our folder where our VM is sitting. So this is my virtual machine folder. This is, I mean, if I go back to this folder, these are all of the VMs. This is my ESXi host 1, 3, and this is server 2, this is cloud. And so this is a complete, this folder is a complete VM. And inside the VM, I have the disk and memory. Everything is part of this disk. So as long as you take this folder and bring it to ESXi host and start it, it will start working. Yes.
Okay. So, but sir, why we need to do it in real life?
Yes. So in real life, we don't have to do this very often. The only time when we move a VM from one place to another is when we are moving a data center from one place to another.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So maybe your organization is changing a data center. They are leaving one data center and they're moving into another data center. And it happens in many organizations. So this is where we move VMs, and this is where sometimes you have to take down a VM and then move it to a different location. Okay. Guys, the Vmotion requirements are these. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 requirements are, without these 7 requirements, Vmotion cannot be done. Naveed has a question: cold migration, hot migration. If it is running VM, then the migration would be hot. And if the VM is not running, it will be cold. Excellent. Very good. Guys, keep taking notes. Everyone, please keep taking notes. Keep understanding. Remember that this is a very important technology. Market is very, very good. And inshallah, we'll be able to penetrate into the market and get a good job. And this is for that reason, guys, we need to have we need to use all of our learning resources, which is number one, listening, Number 2, taking notes. Number 3, doing it practically. Number 4, discussing. So take some time this week and over the phone, or maybe meet somewhere and also discuss that again. So guys, Vmotion has these requirements. Number 1 requirement, Vmotion cannot be done without a vCenter. So vCenter needs to be here, which is VCSA appliance. So this is requirement number 1. vCenter, VCSA has to be there in the environment. Without VCSA, you cannot do a Vmotion. Okay, so which means you can still do a cold migration. I mean, you can copy a VM from one ESXi host to another. You can always take a copy of your VM from here, put it in a USB drive, and copy it in another ESXi host. That is known as cold migration. This is not known as Vmotion. Vmotion is a movement of live VM from one ESXi host to another, which means vCenter is a requirement, which means that Vmotion is not a cheap technology. It is an expensive technology, because you have to buy a license of ESXi host, number 1. You also need to buy a license of VCSA as well. VCSA, so in the beginning, we saw that the VCSA would cost any organization anywhere from 3,500 to 5,000. So 5,000 per year, and that is per year license. Every year it has to be renewed. So Vmotion requirement number 1, you need to have a VCSA. Now, when we talk about VCSA, it means that you need to have multiple ESXi hosts. So VCSA is required. First of all, vCenter is required when you have multiple ESXi hosts. Then we install VCSA. And then we configure a data center. Inside data center, we add host. Second requirement is minimum at least 2 ESXi hosts needs to be there in order to have Vmotion. I mean, that makes sense, because if you don't have multiple ESXi hosts, where are you going to Vmotion? Vmotion requirement number 2 is you need to have 2 or more VMs. So in environments, there are at least in these environments, in medium to large size organization, easily you will find 20 plus ESXi hosts, or maybe 10 plus ESXi hosts. So there are 2 or more ESXi hosts. Now, one important thing about ESXi host is that we need to understand what is their chipset. So CPU, we all know in the beginning, we learned that CPU is a huge big chip or an IC. And that IC is either of one of 2 types. It can be Intel IC. It is made by Intel, or it might be AMD. So these are the 2 main ICs processors that are available out there. Intel are considered to be more expensive. AMDs are comparable CPUs, but they are nowadays they are treated almost the same price. You will find almost their same prices. A few years back, like 10 years back, there was a huge difference between Intel and AMD. So the important thing here is that if you have Intel of these ESXi hosts, so this is ESXi host number 1, this is ESXi host number 2, and this is ESXi host number 3. Now, we need to understand this requirement. What is Intel? If this ESXi host has a physical CPU of Intel, then it is important that all of them should be Intel. Okay, so this is an important requirement. This is an important requirement for advanced feature enhanced capability of Vmotion. So ideally, all ESXi hosts should have the same CPU of your ESXi host. I mean, so in case if you don't have a same CPU of your ESXi host, let's say this ESXi host is Intel CPU, and this ESXi host is an AMD CPU, Vmotion will work, but enhanced capability will not work. There is something called enhanced capability, and I will explain that a little bit later in this lecture, but enhanced capability won't work. So Vmotion can work. You can move one VM from one ESXi host to another ESXi host, even if it is a different chipset. But Ideally, whenever your organization, most of the time in large organization, they always buy same type of hardware. So if they're buying all Dell server, they'll be mostly buying Dell server. If they're buying IBM server, they're mostly buying IBM server. When you buy servers from the same vendor, mostly their hardware is exactly the same. So guys, everyone, please type yes in the chat window. I need to know how many people are present in this lecture. It's very, very important to understand Vmotion and these technologies. Thank you, Zishan. Guys, please type yes.
Quick question, Bambai.
Yes, please go ahead.
On the VCSA, we have to log in as administrator, right?
VCSA, we need to log in as administrator as at vsphere.local.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So once your VCSA is working, guys, Vmotion requirement number 1 is that vCenter should be there. Number 2, 2 or more ESXi hosts should be there. And also remember a very simple requirement that same CPU is important. Same CPU is important, but it's not mandatory. Now, in large organization, we understand that most of the organization will buy same type of hardware, whereas in some medium-sized organization, they might want to take advantage of their existing hardware as well. Let's say they bought two new IBM machines. So the question is that in which case we can find different type of CPUs. In large organization, you won't find this. Most of the time, they will buy exactly the same hardware. Alamgir, you may ask a question. Yes.
Yes, sir. You said you just log in by administrator at vsphere.local.
Yes.
Can you log in as administrator at 360 local, like cloudlocal.com?
Yeah, for sure. If you have Active Directory connected, then you can log in with your Active Directory as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So this admin will have the full authority and full rights.
Yes, if you have provided that admin with full rights, then it will have full rights. Yes. Alamgir, so a question back to you. You haven't configured Active Directory with your VCSA?
Yeah, I did, sir.
So if you have configured Active Directory, were you not able to log in with the mic in that server?
I think yeah, I did it, sir.
Okay, you did it. Okay,
yeah.
That's fine.
I did it.
Adnan bhai, I had an issue with the open filer Esxi thing, right? So essentially, when I added the second drive, it didn't really show up.
The first drive is showing up. The first drive is showing up.
Everything it's connected with ESXi, but when I added the second drive, it just didn't show up.
Okay, that's fine. We can check that out later. We can check that
out.
At least if your one disk is working, that will be excellent. Or you can use also your Windows Esxi target as well.
Right. So the thing is, it showed up in the open filer, but it doesn't show up in the ESXi. That's what it was actually. Sorry, I should have been more specific.
Yeah. So sometimes with open filer. With OpenFiler, there are many different options. So maybe during configuration, one of the option is missed. So we can check that out. I can check that out for you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So guys, we were discussing about Vmotion second requirement, which is minimum at least 2 or more ESXi hosts. And here on the screen, I'm showing you an IBM server. So here we have IBM server, which is okay, hold on. It's showing the architecture. Actually, I wanted to show you. Okay, IBM server.
Yes, sir, you put the D.
Okay, so this is IBM. I mean, this one is an IBM server, and right beside this is Dell server. So it might be possible that your organization is using a combination of 2 servers. And if I go into, and why am I showing you this? Maybe you can open on your screen, just type IBM in Google and open that as well. Because as being a VMware admin, you need to keep an eye on the hardware as well. So let's say if I need to know what type of server this server is running, I can just open this server, and I can also open this other server as well. And you need to go into specifications, and within specification, it would show you that what type of server. This is Intel server. Right here, it's saying that it has one Intel server. It is an IBM Think system. Whereas if I go to this Dell server, and Dell server might be showing. So here, if I go into, I need to make sure that either it is Intel or it is AMD. Now, so this is type of an analysis that you need to do as a VMware admin when your manager comes to you and say that, we need to add 3 more ESXi hosts and we can buy 3 more ESXi hosts. First of all, the price is around 5,000. All the server pricing starts from 5,000. Less than 5,000 is a second-hand servers. First-hand server, new servers always comes 5,000, and this server is 5,000, and this server is this is a refurbished server. This is not a new server. This is 2,400. So I mean, this is a basic difference between a new server and existing and second-hand server. So first of all, but it doesn't matter if your company is ready to buy a second-hand server. It's fine. The important thing as a VMware admin is that the CPU, you need to look at the CPU. So your manager comes to you saying that, we need to buy 3 new servers. And he would say, should I buy any type of servers? You would say, no, let me look at the servers and then I'll let you know. And sometimes your vendor doesn't have a variety of servers. Your vendor would say, I have these servers and you need to take these servers only and you cannot buy it from anywhere else. But even at that, you need to stop them and you need to ask them, I need to see the CPU. I need to make sure that the CPU is same on all ESXi hosts. So first of all, ideal situation is that ESXi host has the same CPU. So here I can see it is Intel. And if let's say your organization is going to buy this other server and we need to go down to specification here. If I go down, this is the motherboard chassis and this is a processor, and processor is also Intel. So as long as they are Intel, it is fine. Your Vmotion will work, your DRS will work, your all the advanced technologies are worked. If the other server is AMD, then some of the features might not work. So that is one important thing that we need to keep that in mind for Vmotion and for this environment.
So, sir, I have a question.
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
Sir, in case of cold migration of VMs, right? I think, does it really matter what kind of chipset in the server? Because it's a cold migration, I can just copy.
Yes. Even in the cold migration doesn't matter. You can move a VM, but there might be some hiccups there when you move VM from one server to another. There might be some hiccups, but let's say if it is like emergency situation and you do need to move a machine from one ESXi host to another and the other ESXi host is not Intel and a different chipset, then it's fine. I mean, it will work. I've tried that a few times.
Yeah, but the best exercise is apple to apple, right?
Best is apple to apple, and I'll give you a reason why. Because we need to understand that why same CPU is important for any organization or for the VMs. Guys, what happens is that when we create a new VM, what happens is that VM is attached to a CPU. And all the CPUs, they have different languages inside. So Intel CPUs have a different language, how it manages the VMs. So let me get a marker here. So we need to understand this point, and if we are able to understand this point, then you will be able to understand this importance between two Intel servers. So if it is an Intel CPU, so we all know that Intel CPU is just a chip inside this server. So first of all, this processor is made up of some language. So mostly it is a machine language that it is made up of. It is made up of an assembly language. So it has its own language, how it manages everything within this hardware. So this is a Dell server. It is so that CPU is controlling everything inside this server, just like our brain. So CPU is a brain for this server, and the brain of this server is managing all the hardware inside. So if it is Intel chipset, it is following the same programming rules. It is following the same language. With this language, it is managing the all the hardware. But if it is AMD, AMD use a slightly different language. So that language is different from Intel language. So guys, so if we understand that this is, so let's say this is speaking, this person is speaking English language, understands English language, and this other person is understanding Chinese language. So guys, it will be very difficult to move, let's say, resources between the two places. I'm just giving you a hypothetical example that two different languages can pose a lot of barrier between communication. So if both are Intel server, they understand the same chipset, same language. So a VM that is created on Intel server, when you move it to another server, since that CPU speaks the same language, so no difference. But if you move this VM that is made by Intel language and you move it to an AMD server, there will be some hiccups. So in the beginning, when the virtualization was first time invented, there were no issues. There were a lot of issues, but now with time, they have an understanding. Now these CPU can understand each other, but you do need to enable enhanced capability of Vmotion. But just for the understanding of different type of CPU, you need to understand that Intel has its own language, programming language, and AMD has its own programming language. Now let's say this VM understands only Intel language, and you're moving it to a server that has a AMD, so it definitely won't be able to understand that. Right? So that's the difference between the two different type of processors. Now, so the bottom line is, ideal is that you need to have same CPUs on ESXi host. If in case you don't have a same CPU, then we need to enable enhanced capability and then need to work with the two servers. It will still work, but all the features of Vmotion might not work. So that's the important thing, that we need to understand, not only for the physical environment, but also for interview purpose as well. So remember this discussion for interview purpose, because for interview, they might want to test your knowledge on different type of CPU in Vmotion. Alamgir, you may ask a question. Alamgir, you have a... Yes.
No, sorry.
Okay, no problem. So guys, Vmotion requirement number 1 is you need to have a vCenter. Requirement number 2 is that you need to have at least 2 or more ESXi hosts with same type of CPU or different type of CPU. It will still work with a different type of CPU, but ideally it should be same CPU. Number 2 here, CPU characteristics should match. So this is where I discussed already that the characteristics of Intel CPU might be different from the characteristics of AMD. So the CPU that you're buying need to be compatible with the other CPU as well. Not all of the Intel CPU are compatible with AMD, and not all of the AMD CPUs are compatible with Intel. So that we can find out. So this is the third point is very important, that which CPU are compatible with which Intel CPUs are compatible with AMD CPUs. So for that, we need to go to HCL. So HCL is hardware compatibility list that VMware provides. So I'm going to go to HCL here. VMware HCL database. So you can go to, guys, open HCL. Just search for VMware HCL in your machine, everyone. You can go here so this is known as VMware compatibility guide. I mean, this is the guide there where you need to go to when you are ready to buy ESXi host, or when you're ready to buy any VMware, appliance, or maybe any VMware hardware. We need to go to compatibility guide. And you can, so before, now it is known as compatibility guide. Before it was known as HCL. HCL stands for hardware compatibility list. So in hardware compatibility list here, you can find everything here. So here, different type of product. Let's say I need to install ESXi 7.0. Now, if I need to install 7.0, here you can select, guys, everyone is on this, window. Guys, open this window. This is very important, or you can type that link. You can just open that link on your computer, or maybe just save it. I would say just go with this on your computer. And how many of you have two monitors in your setup? Because in the beginning there were very few people, because if you have two monitors, you can look at the presentation, you can also look at the have a look at this as well. So I want you to go here, guys. Why do I want you to go to this link? Because I need to register that in your brain, that HCL exists. Because just by listening, you won't be able to remember this. You need to go there just once. If you're here just once, you will remember that before buying any VMware hardware or a new server, you can go here and check that what type of servers that you can buy for the type of service that you're about to start in your ESXi environment. So here on this side, this is a product list of ESXi host. Now in this list, the most latest version of ESXi is version 7.0, and here you can find the older version as well. Version 5.5 are not available because they are not supported, they are expired, they are removed from the list. So the minimum you can get from VMware now is 6.0. So let's say if I need to install a 6.0, I have a 6.0 license, and I need to see what type of servers are compatible with 6.0. You can just select this, and you can just search. If I just click search here, it will give me a list of all type of servers that are supported by for this here. So here I can go here, update and view result. If I go and update and view result here, it is showing me that you can buy ESXi host from all these different vendors. So you can buy from Acer. If it is an Acer server, then you can buy Acer server. This type of server is compatible with ESXi host 6.0. So this is the server type, and this is the CPU type here as well. So it is giving you that if you're looking to install ESXi 6.0, then you can get all these different type of servers, and there are thousands of servers available here. So till there are page 137, and these all servers are compatible with ESXi host. So here, now this is a very simple. Let's say you have a requirement to have ESXi host with a blade server, maybe with the tower casing, maybe with the tower. So these are different type of hardware that are available. Blade server is a server of this type. So if I go to here in this picture, if I can go to this picture, this is a blade server. So this is a rack mounted server, and this is a tower casing. So this is what is known as a tower server. You can remember that. You can just remember that in your memory, that this standing server is a tower server. This lying server is always considered as a blade server. So these are blade server, these are tower servers. And going back to our requirement here, let's say your company is saying that we can only fit into our environment a blade server, or you can fit into an environment a tower server. So in both cases, let's say I'm only interested in tower server, I can select tower from here and go down, and now update my view. Here now it is giving me only those servers that are available as tower casing. So these are not blade servers. So guys, in short, this hardware compatibility list gives you many different options here. Let's say in your organization, you can only have AMD server because your existing environment is AMD. So you can select here the version of ESXi host. You can select here the type of server that you need. And on this side, you can select the type of CPU here. Here on this side, here it is giving you all different type of AMD CPUs and Intel CPUs as well. So let's say in your environment, you already have this server available, which is PowerEdge T440, and it is of type, and you went down and you found out that, this server is This server is Xeon server, Intel Xeon Bronze server, which is 3204. This type of server you already have, and your manager is saying we need to buy 3 more. So ideally, you should buy exactly the same CPU, exactly the same server. So in order to find that server, you can just look for 3204 Intel Xeon. So let me see that if I can copy this here. Yes, I can copy this, and I can bring it to the hardware compatibility list, and I can look for this type of server that if it is available in the list. So once you search, it is showing in the list. So the server is available. And this server can support ESXi 7, ESXi 6.5, ESXi 7, and ESXi 6. So these all ESXi applications are compatible with this server. So this server is available. So guys, this is how we can find out that different type of servers. So the important thing for understanding today is hardware compatibility list. So I'm going to copy that in the chat window. So here, so today we are discussing Vmotion, and so Vmotion, it's a technology. The requirements are we need to have a vCenter. Number two, 2 or more ESXi hosts. 2 or more ESXi hosts. Number two, same CPU. Same CPU is recommended. Ideal. Different CPU can work too. Different CPU can work as well. Same CPU meaning Intel or AMD. So 2 different type of CPUs. So especially this is very important point for the people who are new to IT. The people who are new to IT, remember that guys, there are 2 types of CPUs here. You can remember that there are 2 types of brains in servers. So all humans have almost same type of brain. We all have same type of brain. It's what matters. No. Okay, so that's fine. We all use our brain in the good manner. So I'm not saying that. Okay, so that was a joke. Guys, but servers have only 2 types of brain. Number 1, Intel type of brain. Number 2, AMD type of brain. So we can remember that. Everyone. And so Intel and CPU. So the next thing I wanted to share here was HCL. So VMware HCL. HCL is hardware compatibility list. Hardware compatibility list, and the link is right here. So this is the link, and also remember the link, guys. Please go through the notes whenever when we are finished with the lecture, before the next lecture, go through these notes and also go to these links once again as well. Because the more and more you go to the link, more and more you try that search and try to repeat whatever we did in the lecture. It is very important. It's not only important to just listen to the lecture, and it's very important to do the practical as well. So guys, going back to our Vmotion requirement, in Vmotion requirement, number 1 is vCenter is one of the requirements. Second requirement is 2 or more ESXi hosts. Third requirement is that we need to have CPU characteristics, which means that Intel or AMD. So that discussion. Number 3 is VM kernel port. So on the management port, we need to have a Vmotion enabled. So guys, remember that when we discussed about switches, when we discussed about switches, everyone, when we discussed about switches, we also discussed about that there are two types of management ports inside a vSwitch. So this is about a vSwitch. So vSwitch has two types of management groups. One management group was VM network management group. Second management group was just a management group. In the management group, what was the main purpose of the management group? Alamgir, do you remember? Management port group. Anyone remembers what is management port group? And there is VM network port group.
Sir, the
through
management
which your
port
data
group is a
data
by
process.
default
Yes.
port group for the vSwitch 0, I guess.
Yes, so it is. So yes, excellent. You remembered it. Management port group is a default port group in any vSwitch. So this is one thing. Any other thing? Faz, you
It's
were
the
saying something.
manages the.
Yeah, go ahead, Alamgir.
So basically, it manages the other switches too. You know, it's a kind of boss.
No.
So management switch also called kernel switch.
Oh, Faz, your mic is again not working. So you wanna hear how we heard your voice?
No, sir.
No,
Can
no.
you hear?
I can repeat so that it is.
I have to come down to my computer and raise the computer in front of my mouth.
Okay. So
Okay.
you don't have a headphone?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, we can hear you. We
The
can hear you.
management port is also called a kernel port, to which all the management
All
like
the management of ESXi is done. Excellent. Very good. So guys, there are two different port groups. Guys, do we all remember vSwitch? Please type yes in the chat window. So Naveed said it. Naveed also said that management port groups are management port. If the management port is down, they won't be able to manage ESXi host. Bravo, excelente. Very good. That's the very clear definition of a management port group. So everyone, excellent. So we all remember vSwitch, guys. And in vSwitches, there are two types of port groups. The one port group is known as VM network port group. The other port group is known as management port group. So VM network port group manages all the VMs. All the VMs are connected to this port group. Whereas management port group is the one which is your one lifeline to your ESXi host. When we connect to a ESXi host and we manage ESXi host, everyone, then in that case, what happens is this is the management that through this port, we are connected to our ESXi host. So this is the main management port group. Always remember, management, it is used for management purposes. If this port goes down, then no connection to your ESXi environment. Okay, so that management port is also known as VM kernel port. So VM kernel port, on this management port, we need to enable Vmotion. So guys, about this, we also discussed that. I'm going to go back to this previous slide here. On this previous slide, I just came to this previous slide so that I can use it as a whiteboard here. So guys, here on this, so first of all, just a quick recap on vSwitch. So vSwitch is a switch that is inside ESXi host. So this is my ESXi host, and inside ESXi host, I have a vSwitch. And in the vSwitch, I have port groups. I have port group number 1, port group number 2. Port group number 1 has ports to which VMs are connected. So these all VMs are connected to this port group. This is known as VM network port group. Whereas this is a management port group. So this is to this port group we have this port group, we are connected from outside. So I, as a VMware admin, or you as a VMware admin, you are connected to this VM network port group. This is management port group. So this port group is known as, so I'm just going to type here, I'm just going to make it short, management port group. Always remember. And management port group has a port inside with which we manage this ESXi host. Guys, this management port group is also known as VM kernel port group. VM kernel port, sorry. This port is also known as, so it has two names. One name is VM management port, and this port also is known as VM kernel port. And guys, if we remember from our networking lecture, that this port, this management port can perform 4 type of functions. One function is known as management function. So this port is doing a management function to which we are all connected to, number one. So one function is management function. Second question, guys, this is an interview question. Interview question is, what do you know about management port? Guys, management port is the port to which we manage ESXi host. If the management port is down, you won't be able to connect to ESXi host. That's number one. Number two is that management port is also known as VM kernel port. So this is number two. It is also known as VM kernel port. And number three is that port can perform 4 functions. Guys, what is VM port can perform? VM port can perform only one function. If the VM port in the VM port group can only connect to VM, and VMs can connect to that port. But guys, management port can do 4 functions. One is it can handle the management traffic, number one. Number two, the Vmotion, it also manages the Vmotion traffic. So in order to enable Vmotion, we need to enable a Vmotion on management port as well. So this is requirement for Vmotion. So VM kernel can perform 4 functions. One is management function, second is Vmotion function, and the third one is storage function. So all of the storage traffic, it can handle all the storage traffic. And number 4 is that it can handle FT traffic. So FT traffic is fault tolerant traffic. So 4 type of traffic that it can flow, and Naveed also shared that from his notes. This management port can perform management traffic, Iscsi traffic, Vmotion, and FT. So guys, keeping that in mind, Vmotion requirement number 4 is that you must have VM kernel port. On the VM kernel port, we need to enable Vmotion. And how do you enable it? You just need to go to VM kernel port, and it's just a one checkbox. So once we start doing it, we will make sure one by one all of this. Guys, requirement number 5 is that all the ESXi host has shared storage. So you must have a shared storage either from OpenFiler, either from Windows Iscsi, or from SAN, from real storage, from the SAN storage. So this is requirement number 4. So guys, this is where I said last time that today's lecture is going to be very, very important for understanding all the advanced feature. This is our first advanced feature that we are enabling, and you can see that everything that we have learned so far, everything is being used here. So the networking VM kernel port, we need to enable Vmotion. We need to have a shared storage either from OpenFiler, either from Windows Iscsi target, or from a real storage. In all cases, we need to have a shared storage that is accessible to all ESXi hosts. Number 4 is that on the shared number 6 is that on the shared networking of both hosts. So both of the ESXi hosts should have the same name for VM port group. So VM port group where the VM is connected, let's say your VM network port group name is VM network. So the same port group should exist on ESXi host, and same should exist on ESXi host too. So same port group name should be used on all ESXi hosts. Let's say on your ESXi host 1, the port group name is VM network 1. And on your ESXi host, the port group name is, let's say, remember that port group can be different names. One can be for production. If you can recall that from our networking lecture, that we can create many port groups inside a vSwitch. We can create a production port group, testing port group, and different type of port groups here. So whatever port group VM belongs to here on ESXi 1, the same name should exist on ESXi 2 as well. So that is shared networking for both ESXi hosts. And the last one is Vmotion is a licensed feature. On a free Vmotion, on an evaluation version, it will work till it's expired, but after once the evaluation version is expired, Vmotion will not work. So host must be licensed. So these all features are licensed features, and these are very, very important features. So guys, one more time, Vmotion, in order to have Vmotion, first of all, what is Vmotion? Let's say, who should I ask? Alamgir, can you give me a very simple definition of Vmotion? One-liner. Alamgir.
Yes, sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So very simple definition of Vmotion, very simple, one-liner, whatever you understand.
Vmotion is a like you need
Tool.
to when you move any EXI host, you use Vmotion. There are two types of motions. One is cold motion and one is hot motion, right?
No, 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 no. Hold on, hold on. So there are two types of migration. Vmotion is part of a migration. Okay, cold migration and hot migration.
Yeah, and in cold migration, you just move the VMs when the VMs are shut down or dead. While when the VMs are running, uh, when you want to move from one EXI host to the other, then you use the when you are using hot migration. So you use like hot migration. You use
Okay,
VM.
okay, very good, very good. Excellent. Guys, keep your mics ready. I'm gonna ask questions to everyone. Salim, can you give a very simple definition, just one-liner, just quick one-liner for Vmotion?
So Vmotion is a technology like his tool application. You can live VM. You can move one ESXi host to another one.
Excellent, excellent. That's a very simple definition. This is what I needed. Yes, so in the interviews, always remember, guys, always remember, answer only thing what is asked. Do not try to give them details if they don't need the details. Okay, so sometimes when we give them details, we choose wrong words that take us to another place. So from our wrong words, our manager or the interviewer will take more, will start asking more questions. So from now on, guys, everyone, Alamgir, when I asked a very simple question. I said, give me a very simple understanding, one-liner for Vmotion. It is good that you gave me more details, but the best answer is from Salim. Salim just said Vmotion is a technology to move live VM from one place to another. Okay, and when I ask you for the details, I mean, this is we are getting ready for the interviews, guys. So for that purpose, whatever is asked, only reply whatever is asked. Okay, so excellent. So guys, requirement number one. So we can see the requirements here. We can see vCenter is one of the requirements. A minimum 2 or more ESXi hosts should be there. CPU, Intel, ideal, but in emergency cases, different CPUs can work as well. Requirement number 4 is that VM kernel port, on the VM kernel port, Vmotion needs to be enabled. On VM kernel port, always remember that VM kernel port can perform 4 different functions. Ashish, can you just give me an example of what type of 4 different traffic can run on VM kernel? You can just repeat everything on the screen. On the screen, you can see 4 different type of traffic that VM kernel port can handle.
It's the management, the Vmotion storage, and FT storage.
Excellent, excellent, very good. So 4 different type of traffic can be managed from VM kernel port, and shared storage for both of the hosts. So the storage should be shared. Requirement number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Requirement number 6 is that VM port group name should be same on both ESXi hosts where you're moving. If the port group name is not same, then you will get a issue on this. The last requirement is that you can the host should be licensed. So guys, everyone, let's try that out now in our environment. So we will make sure that all of these requirements are met. So first requirement is vCenter. We all know, we all have VCSA. So this is, I mean, in order to configure Vmotion, guys, 2 ways of configuring Vmotion, everyone. One way is that you start randomly from everything. Since we are learning in a learning mode, we are learning stage, I would say check each option one by one. So first of all, we all know that we all have vCenter. So that is fine. This requirement is met. Number 2 is 2 or more ESXi hosts. We have 2 or more ESXi hosts, and they are running. And now we are going to see that if they are the same processor or not. So in order to do that, we can log into our environment. Everyone go to our environment. So right here, I'm going to log in to this, to my ESXi host. And first of all, just check the CPU. And CPU, most probably in our case, it's exactly the same. Why? Because guys, we are using because we are using a CPU of our host machine. So all of our ESXi host will have the same CPU because it is equal to, it is actually the CPU of our host machine, and so there is no other CPU. But in order to see the type of CPU, you can go to the host option in ESXi host, and we can log into the VCSA and configure that as well. And right here within this, here it shows me it is an Intel CPU. I mean, why am I showing you this? Because in the real environment, you might need to see that as well. In the real environment, you need to make sure, you need to document it somewhere. And in your notes, if it is in your notes, type the type of CPU, everyone. In your notes, please type that your CPU is 4 CPUs into Intel R Core TM i7-2720QM. Please take a moment and type and save that in your, maybe I can, maybe I can just copy that from here and put it in our notes as well. So I'm just going to copy it here. And this is, guys, this is called documentation. In your environment, when you are in the first week or so, start documenting everything that what you're doing in this environment. So just to open a Word file and start writing everything in your Word file. In our job prep training, I will give you some tips and tricks as well. But what I do in all my new contracts, I have a file called daily log. So daily log is nothing but a Word file. So every day, whatever I do, I keep on writing in a daily log file. So guys, now start making a daily log file. Daily log file is basically your notes. So everything that we are doing, I need to see that in your daily log file. So I can ask you that daily log file that you logged into, I mean, major thing, maybe not everything that you're doing, logging into ESXi host 10 times. You don't need to write it 10 times, but important thing needs to go here. So this is where we know that my CPU is this Intel, and same thing I can look at for the other servers. Now I'm going to log into my vCenter. So let's see if I can log in. When I started this lecture, I had some issue with VCSA. Let's see if it is logging in. Guys, I want you to log in, and if you're already logged into VCSA, in your notes, go to each ESXi host and record your CPU. Record your CPU from your ESXi host. So Naveed has copied the CPU. Yes, you can copy your CPU here in the notes, here in the chat window as well, so that I know that you know how to get the CPU. So guys, in the same manner, copy the CPU of all ESXi hosts in the chat window. Everyone, guys, you need to, so everyone needs to do that. Everyone needs to do that, guys. Okay, so this ESXi, this server that I have, and trust me, this VCSA is really pain in my pocket. So let's see.
So I totally agree with you.
Okay, so
it's really a pain, sir.
Really, it's in right. So I think Ashish wouldn't agree to this. Ashish would say the right sentence, pain in the wear, but I can only say it's a pain in the pocket. Oh, it's a pain in the rear. So that rhymes. Okay, so everyone, okay. So for me, guys, I am going to do the, it's the worst case scenario for me. So it's not working. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move my only ESXi host to my good. So I'm going to move back the snapshot. So I'm moving it back, and it will take like 3 plus 8 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. So I'm just going to move it back. I'm moving back my ESXi1 snapshot. I'm not moving back everything. So this will bring it back. This will bring back the VCSA, but But the bad thing is that I need to reconfigure my storage. So let's, in the meantime, while this is coming back, in the meantime, let's discuss a little bit about the shared storage.
So,
Sir, I have a question here.
Please go ahead. Okay, first, Faz, you can go ahead, and then I can ask, then we can go to Alamgir. Faz, close to the mic. Close to the mic.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
My quick question is, sir, for VCSA for the today also, sir, I just lost my whole day because every time when I started my VCSA, it took more than 1 hour or more than that to show me healthy status. Why is it so, sir? Why does it take such a long time?
Only in this training environment. Only in the training environment, okay? Not in the real environment. And also, there is one more reason, guys. There is one more reason. So the CPU in my laptop, this is, I mean, the CPU in my laptop, since I had SSD, I had a lot of RAM in this, I had a lot of disk in this. I never wanted to change my laptop. So my laptop CPU is generation 2. And now latest is, I think it is Gen, for the same laptop, is Gen 9 or 10 going on. So my CPU is old. So that is another reason why my VCSA sometimes is very slow to start. So it might be the same case in your as well. And the people who are working with a fast VCSA, it might mean that your CPU is faster than our CPU. Okay. So guys, here, let's understand quickly the storage. So for the storage, guys, we need to understand, I think we discussed this last time, that on our Windows server, we can start Esxi target server, and then we can add a new disk to a Windows server, and then share that disk to the two servers, two ESXi hosts. So in that, so let me see if my ESXi host is back. Guys, my ESXi host is back, and I am going to try and check that out, that if it is working.
Sir, my open filer is working fine, but I cannot log in. I don't know why.
You're not able to log into open filer?
No.
So from where are you logging in? Directly on the server or from the Internet Explorer?
From the Internet Explorer, sir.
Internet Explorer, Firefox?
Yeah, from Google Chrome.
Okay, and what is the error message?
It's not letting me in.
No, so I mean,
no error message.
It's just a blank screen?
Yeah, it shows invalid username or password. That's it. But I know it's correct password and correct username. I opened this one like.
Okay, so what is the username are you using?
It's open filer.
And
password is password one.
No, it's just password.
Oh, I see. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm logging into this ESXi host, and my ESXi host is right here. Guys, what are we are looking at? So I'm going to give like 10 more minutes for my ESXi, for VCSA to come back. In the meantime, let's review our requirements. So our requirement, first of all, we have vCenter. Number 2, we have 2 or more ESXi hosts. Number 3, we also make sure that CPU is fine. Abdullah asked a question. There was a question from Abdullah. Yes, so mostly VCSA is on hardware. Do we need more VCSA? Abdullah, VCSA will always be part of ESXi host. So VCSA is not on the, I mean, okay, so so if your question is that is VCSA is directly on the hardware, just like the old vCenter. So old vCenter, guys, used to be directly on a Windows server hardware, but VCSA is always hosted on ESXi host, and it will be directly on the hardware of the ESXi host although it will be another VM, but it is on the hardware and it is always faster. Abdullah's second question is, do we need more VCSA in our environment? Guys, in any network, we can have 10 VCSA. You can have 5 different VCSA in your environment. One VCSA is managing 10 ESXi hosts. Another VCSA is managing another 20 ESXi hosts. Or your company can have only one VCSA and they are managing 40 ESXi hosts in that VCSA. So now going back to the question of Abdullah, Abdullah is saying that do we need more VCSA, or the question might be that in which cases do we need more VCSA? So VCSA is only required if it is based on the management requirement. So let's say for your Toronto city, you have one VCSA. For your New York City network, you have another VCSA. So it can be in that configuration as well. But most of the time, we would like to keep it simple to manage. So if it is simpler to manage, then we in that case will have only one VCSA. But in some cases, you can have more VCSA as well. Okay, so guys, here we already verified that we have vCenter. We already verified we have 2 or more ESXi hosts. We already verified that we have Intel chipset. Now we are going to verify VM kernel port Vmotion. So guys, in order to do that, I can sense my VCSA. Okay, so it is. Let's see if it is running. Because the best way is to verify from VCSA itself. So here. So guys, this is the magic of snapshot. The magic of snapshot is that it always comes back. So in your case, even Faz, in your case, instead of investing hours and hours again and again, the best way is to just go back to the snapshot. But in going back, remember that you will lose some settings. So so I went back, but I lost my storage configuration that I will do now in front of you. So here, but at least my VCSA is working. So since it is working, all I need to do is to connect to my VCSA from without the port number. Now I'm logging into the VCSA without a port number, guys. Today we are doing Vmotion. Vmotion is a very, very important technology that we need to. So in this case, since it is connected to my Active Directory, I can log into my Active Directory user, or you can also log in by using the administrator at vsphere.local. So log in, everyone. So once you're logging in, once you're logged in, just give it a minute. So in the meantime, while this is logging in, I'm going to go back to here. So guys, when you're directly connected to ESXi host, where is VM kernel port? Guys, VM kernel port will be part of networking in here, in the networking section. So I need to get a water, and I got water. Okay, so guys, here in the networking section, we can go to VM kernel port, and this is my management port group, and VM kernel port is part of the management port group. So we can go in here. So this is part of vSwitch. Actually, we are looking at vSwitch 0. Always remember that which management port group are you working as, because here I can see all of the port group, but the management port group that I am interested in should be in vSwitch 0. So I'm not interested in any other port groups, in any other switches. As you can see, I have so many switches here from our last lab. What we are interested in at the moment, everyone, we are only interested in vSwitch 0. So on vSwitch 0, this is my port group, management port group. And if I click on this port group in here, I can see this is my VM kernel port. So in this VM network, this is my VM kernel port. So this VM kernel port, which is this one, the name of the VM kernel port is right here, and the IP address is configured with a VM kernel port. In order to make any changes, and remember, we need to enable Vmotion on this. This is one of the requirements. We need to enable Vmotion on this. So one more time, I'm going to go there. But if you're on VCSA, stay on VCSA. I'm going to show you the same thing on VCSA. Since I was on ESXi host directly, I'm just showing it to you here. So all you need to do, if you're directly connected to directly connected to ESXi host, you need to go to networking. Then you need to select, you need to make sure that you're on vSwitch 0. Then from vSwitch 0, go to management network. And within the management network, you need to go down to your VM kernel port. So it's just loading up. VM kernel port exists under the management network. So it's just taking time loading this up. And this is my VM kernel port. In order to make changes to this VM kernel port, I need to click this pencil icon. This pencil icon, I'll click on this. As soon as you do, here you should see the settings of Vmotion. So on this port, if we can go directly here, okay, and they keep on changing the settings here. It's not in here, hold on, and it should be in here. So on the port, so not on the, so actually this is the setting of the VM, this is the setting of the port group. So I'm not going into the port group setting. I am interested in the settings of VM kernel port. So click on the VM kernel port. On the VM kernel port, if I go down here, these are the services that you can do on the VM kernel port. And the only thing that I'm interested in is the Vmotion. So Vmotion is enabled for me. I think I enabled it when I previously when I was testing that out. So Vmotion is enabled. This is enabled for this port in here. Now let's see the same setting on VCSA. On VCSA, so we are logged into VCSA. So here, I'm going to change it to the full screen. Yes, go ahead.
So if I want to enable my Vmotion, so what should I do?
Yes, so I'm showing it to you. So are you, where are you at the moment? On the directly?
From ESXi, from ESXi.
Okay, so from ESXi host, go here. So on ESXi host, if you're on this screen, you need to go to networking.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And within
I'm in the disable, sir. My
okay. So disabled.
disabled.
Okay. You're on the screen, but it is disabled. So in here, you need to do, I think, where is this setting? So they have changed it a lot. So in here, just a second, it should give me actions. Try everyone, let's see, where is it? The pencil icon. So, oh yeah, the pencil icon. Guys, the pencil icon, yes. So I'm not in the port group, I am in the port. I'm in here in the port itself. So here you can just select the edit settings, which is right here, this one. And this will take you where you can enable this. Yes, thank you, Abdullah. So yes, this pencil icon, before we were going to the port group setting, and here we are going into the Vmotion setting, and here you can enable this. This is already enabled for management, and we are going to enable Vmotion setting. But guys, the real way to do this, need to do this from the VCSA itself, because in the real environment, you won't be directly logging into ESXi host, but maybe in a small organization, you might need to log into directly, but most of the time you will be logging directly into VCSA. Now here, I will try to increase the screen size so that we can see the screen here. So guys, what are the requirements? Going back to the requirement, guys, whenever you are doing that, always keep an eye on the requirement. So let me go back to the requirement one more time here. The requirement is vCenter, 2 or more ESXi host, CPU should be same. VM kernel port, Vmotion needs to be enabled. So I'm gonna make sure this on VCSA now. So on VCSA, here we need to go into, so here these are my ESXi hosts. I have a red notification icon here on one of my ESXi hosts. Now, in order to see this red icon here, it's saying the network connectivity is lost. So it might have been lost at one point, but now it is working. I mean, without this network connectivity, I won't be able to see anything on this. So basically the network connectivity is restored, but I can still see that notification. I can safely, since I am connected to ESXi host, what I can do, I can safely acknowledge this. Acknowledge simply means that I'm working on this. and reset to green means that it is fixed. So since I can see the real statistics of ESXi host, so this is not a notification anymore. So guys, again, one more time, when you see a red icon here, you can just click on this and just make sure that here, whatever you see, you need to fix that. So in my case, it is fixed. I can see all of the statistics, so I can safely reset this to green. So this is reset to green, and now my ESXi host is fine. Now, in order to manage, in order to make sure that Vmotion is enabled on VM kernel, there are a few things that we can do. Number one, go to ESXi host, and I have two ESXi hosts, this ESXi host 2, this ESXi host 1, and I need to do that verification and enable Vmotion on both of them. So first of all, I'll go into ESXi host and go to configure. So here we need to go into configure, and within configure, I need to go down to networking here. So this is my networking, and within networking, this is VM kernel adapter. So this is my VM kernel adapter. In this, on the VM kernel adapter, we need to enable Vmotion so that we can work with Vmotion. And here I need to select, this is the same port that I see, and right in front of this, it says it is enabled. Why is it shown enabled? Because I enabled that when I was directly connecting to that ESXi host. So basically this place is exactly the same thing as this place. So, but if you still need to go into this, you can select this and click edit. So for the people, if Vmotion is not enabled, you can select the VM kernel port and click edit. Once you click edit here, you can enable Vmotion. Just make sure Vmotion is enabled on the management port. And same thing we need to do on the second ESXi host as well. Guys, because Vmotion need to be enabled on VM kernel port. So here, go to second ESXi host. And once you click on this, it will automatically take you there because we were there connected to ESXi host 1. Go to VM kernel port. And here you can see that this is disabled. So if Vmotion is enabled on one ESXi host and it is disabled on another ESXi host, guys, Vmotion cannot work. So this requirement needs to be clear within all ESXi hosts. So in this case, I am going to enable this. So how do I enable this? Just click on this, go to edit, and here enable Vmotion, and click on this. And next time when you need to enable storage traffic, we need to enable these options. When we need to enable fault tolerance traffic, we need to enable this option. So here we just need to enable this. And in here, once it is enabled, you just need to refresh the screen one time. So it is enabled. So requirement number 2 is met now. So here on the recent task, you can see both of the requirement, Vmotion requirement is enabled.
Sir, I have a question. So this, both the things is enabled, right? Although the ESXi host is not active right now, because my ESXi host is not active, I have to log in. But we can enable this without like active, I mean, although the ESXi host is
Not connected.
Login, but we can activate this.
No, we cannot.
We can activate this, sir. We can enable this.
We cannot.
Sir, I'm not logged in with the ESXi host, but
okay.
I have, okay. I have enabled this, sir.
Right. So yes. So there are two different things, Zishan. One is connected and one is log in. So if your ESXi host is connected, then you can always enable or disable anything on ESXi host. If you're not logged in, it's fine. So here I'm logged in, I can just close this. So still I can manage ESXi host. So being logged in is not important.
Okay, so we can do changing whatever we from the vSphere client.
Exactly. So if you look at my screen, everyone, I have the third ESXi host, which is right here in New York. It is totally not connected. So if I click on this, I won't be able to do anything on this ESXi host. So here, although I can see the setting, but everything is disabled. If I click on this, you cannot do anything in here. You cannot edit or see. It is getting this all information from the vCenter inventory service, but you can't do anything. You can see whatever on the disconnected ESXi host, but you won't be able to do anything on that ESXi host. Okay.
Right, sir.
Okay, excellent. So guys, we have the second, I'm not starting up the third ESXi host, but guys, if you have a third ESXi host, make sure that on VM kernel port, Vmotion is enabled. So make sure Vmotion, it's not connected. Later on, I'll connect that because that will make my system very, very slow. So I'm working on only 2 ESXi hosts at the moment. So the second ESXi host, Vmotion is enabled. Guys, our fifth option was to have a storage, shared storage on both ESXi host, on all ESXi host. Now, in order to have a shared storage, guys, if you have followed my storage video, I've provided 2 options. One option was to go for Windows Server, Esxi target, and the second option is OpenFiler. Guys, in both cases, whatever you have configured, in both cases, it will work fine if the shared storage is provided. Now, in order to see the shared storage, the very first thing is I'm going to go back to my Windows Server. So for this example, I'm going to use my Windows Server. On my Windows Server, I have enabled Esxi target. So what I did, I'm just going to go through high level steps here, guys. I'm not going to go into detail of storage because we spent time on this. There was a video on this. So if your shared storage is not working, guys, we will do that at the end of this lecture. I can help you out at the end of the lecture, guys. But before, if it is working, it is excellent. You can follow the video because if we start troubleshooting storage at this point, guys, we won't be able to complete Vmotion. But if you have a question, you may ask.
So just quick question.
Yes.
Yes, sir. When I open the OpenFiler, my VCSA was working fine. As soon as I tried to like check the disk, it vanished, and now I cannot log in. It gives me like an error now.
OpenFiler or VCSA?
No, yeah, VCSA is giving me error. Like it gives me like it takes me all the way to the browse, but after that it says connection failed.
It takes you to the roles. Okay. Okay. Just quickly share your screen and show me the storage. So in the meantime, guys, so I'm going to show you all of the steps here. Our goal is to configure Vmotion today. So if your storage is not working, don't worry. Just keep on looking at the screen, and this is being recorded as well. You can have a look at this again later on. So your VCS is working fine. Yeah.
Yeah, appliance is working fine, and you see now it brings me here when I try to log into the VCSA, it gives me error.
Okay, let's see.
Oh no, I think it started loading.
So that was a lie. Are you lying with me?
No, sir. Like I tell you honestly, like I tried 10 times. I thought maybe there is something wrong.
You should have just you should have just said my name. I mean, call my name in front of your VCS.
Yeah, that's
Adnan.
Yeah,
Adnan is that magic word.
That's the Japanese, sir.
Yeah, that's what he has the magic touch, right? As soon as he logs on, it just starts working.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. And no, it's not scared. It's respect. It's a respect.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I tried 10 times. Then finally, I thought, better to tell you.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent, guys. So what we need to do, everyone, is this. So let's look at this here. So this is my Windows Server. If you have a shared storage, it's fine. If you don't have a shared storage and it's not working, don't worry. Just keep on looking at the screen because I need to show you complete Vmotion today. So, so guys, here, first of all, in order to create a shared storage, I'm just giving you high level steps and you're all expert of this at the moment. What I did, I added a second disk on this Windows server. Then I went to features, roles and features. I enabled the Esxi target feature. And then I also went into the disk and made it a volume because in order to make a disk out of, so in order to make a virtual disk for Esxi, you need to format the disk. So once the disk is formatted, I can see now there are 3 different volumes available within the volumes here. So it's just loading up. So here I can see there is 1 volume and how many disks are there? Okay, Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is not the server on which I did that on my Windows server, so the other server. So I'm going to go back to my server manager, and I'm going to go to my file and storage services, go to the volumes. So on the volumes, guys, I can see, come on. Okay, so I can see here C volume and F volume and G volume. So these are the extra disks that I added on this server, and I went to Esxi and created an Esxi target. And also I made sure that the IQNs of the ESXi host has access to this Esxi target. So on this here, I have these disks available. So this is my Esxi target, and both of my ESXi host IQN has access to this. So guys, you can, if it is configured, and if you're using OpenFiler, that is fine as well. Guys, after this step, you need to go on to your VCSA. On the VCSA, what I need to make sure that I need to connect these disks together. So first of all, let me see. I need to see that if that shared disk is available or not. So I'm going to go back to my storage adapter on here. Actually, first of all, I need to go back to the storage. So on VCSA, first of all, I need to change to the storage. This is my storage option here. This is hosts and cluster. This is VMs. How many VMs do I have in this VCSA appliance? In this VCSA managed by, I have all these VMs, and this is my storage. On the storage, guys, on the storage, I can see that I have my local storage, and also I have my shared storage available as well. So which means that I've taken the snapshot, from this, and this storage is coming from my Windows server. Now, how do I know that the storage is coming? So guys, this is another important thing, that you need to know where the storage is coming from. I think this storage, so I need to know where the storage is coming from. Either this is coming from the OpenFiler, or is it coming from the Windows server? So I think that this is my old configuration. And here, if I go down here, this is the name of the storage. This is 98 GB disk. And if I go back to my server manager, and go back to the volumes here, I need to make sure that this is one of the disks. So I think this is the F drive. This is F drive. Now, another way to find out, so guys, as being a VMware admin, you will be working with this storage on this level. I mean, nobody will ask you to go onto the storage and create the disks, and also carve the disk into smaller partitions, guys, everyone. So nobody will ask you to do that, but because there is a storage team that will be providing you that. So this is the work that we did on the Windows server: add a disk, and then make it a virtual disk, and then make it available for ESXi host. This is the storage team's work. But one thing that this is one of your responsibility, that you need to make sure that you are connecting to the right disk and where the disk is located. So I'm trying to find out that this shared disk, where is it coming from? Is it coming from OpenFire, or is it coming from the Windows server? In the real environment, you might have this, you might have to figure that out. If your company has two different type of storage, they might have a storage from IBM, they might have a storage from another organization as well. So another storage. So going back to that point, and it is an important point to remember.
So
now,
you have to go to the IQN, and
you in order to add the storage,
to check the storage where it is coming from. So you
yes,
the IQN. And
excellent,
there,
excellent.
Yeah, you have to go to the next level.
Very good, very good. We can verify our storage through IQN as well. But here, guys, I wanted to show you what type of storage you might see in the real environment. So in here, I'm gonna type here IBM storage. So IBM storage will look like this storage. So change to images. So this is IBM storage here. So IBM storage is So this is IBM. This is different type of IBM storage. It can be a rack mounted storage. I mean, these, in this image, you're seeing storage that are starting from thousands, maybe 10,000 to be minimum. Minimum storage cost will be 10,000. And here you can see this is a bay. This is called a bay, a disk bay. Disk bay is place where you have all of the disks are present. So this is disk bay 1, this is disk bay 2, and these are long, big, this is rack mounted storage. So this storage can be 10,000 in price, and this might be maybe 500,000 in price. So these storage are different in prices. So one of the storage that I want you to remember is IBM storage here. Another storage that I want you to remember is EMC storage, guys. EMC storage. So EMC storage, guys, write that in your notes that these are the storages that you have seen in picture. So in picture, you can just say that in your mind, not say that in front of the interviewers, but yes, you have seen this storage, guys. It's not a lie. You're seeing that storage right now here. So guys, here you're seeing a storage. So, but what I want you to remember is the model of this storage, guys. The model of storage is EMC VNX 5200. So this is the storage that I want you to remember here. So this is the storage. I'm going to take a picture of this. And put it in the notes. And guys, say that 3 times in your mind, or maybe out loud. So
EMC storage.
Thank you. So storage guys. Storage number 1, IBM storage. Number 2, EMC storage. And EMC storage. And picture. So EMC storage VNX 5200. Guys, what is a storage? Storage is just a box with disks. So always remember, storage is a huge box with a lot of disks inside, and the disk will be shared with you. The interviewer might be interested in knowing, have you ever worked on any storage technology or worked with a storage technology? And your answer is, guys, your answer will be kind of, I worked with a team I worked with a storage team, and they were managing EMC VNX 5200 storage. That answer is enough. Why? Because guys, they don't want you to so that everyone understand that we are not storage specialists, we are not storage experts. Especially for this storage, they will bring special people who can manage this storage. They won't give this $500,000 storage to anyone who is just claiming to having a storage or work with a storage. They need to see certification. So these are certified people who manage this storage. But for interviewer is interested to know that, have you ever worked with a team that can that work on a storage? So they need to understand that, do you understand a little bit about the storage? If your answer is no, guys, if your answer is no, then they'll be very disappointed. They would think in their mind that they'll have to teach you about the storage. But the idea that you need to give to them is that you do know what is a storage, because in storage are of 2 types. Remember, guys, the storage lecture is of SAN and then Esxi. Both are fast block level storage. So I want you to go back to we will make the summaries at the end of this, at the end of all these trainings as well. We will remember that. But at the end, just a quick recap. Storage are of 2 different types. There are actually 4 different types. Remember, DAS, NAS, and direct access storage, and direct attached storage, and SAS storage. And then there is NAS storage, which is network storage, network attached storage. NAS is network attached storage, then SAN storage area network, and all that. So don't worry about that. We will make summaries at the end. But at the moment, guys, what I want you to remember is this storage. So EMC VNX 5200. Their next question will be, what type of storage was your organization using? What type of storage was in use by your organization? This will be their next. So first question was, have you ever worked with the storage technology? You would say, yeah, our company was using a storage. And their next question will be, what type of storage was it? Guys, remember, answer only that what is asked. Do not give them more detailed answers. So the first question was, have you ever worked with a storage technology? Yes, our company is using a storage technology. That's it, done, finish. And you wait for pause for a few seconds. What type of storage technology? Next question. What type of storage technology was it? It was EMC VNX 5200. Okay, it's VNS 5200. How does it look like? Guys, just describe this. It was mounted in the rack, and there were so many disks attached to the rack. And I've never worked on the storage because it was managed by the EMC support team. So it is managed by EMC support team. Their next question will be, so have you ever configured a storage? No, we have not configured a storage. Why? Because it is being managed by an expensive storage, and only certified people are allowed to touch that storage. So guys, this is what I want you to remember. And guys, this EMC VNX 5200, guys, type yes in the chat window. I know we haven't had a break, guys. We are having a lab, guys. So you can, within the lab, you can keep on having water. We won't be having breaks anymore, guys. We are on advanced technology. Maybe we can have a break if anyone is exhausted. I'm not gonna ask who is exhausted, but guys, remember, we are working in the lab. So you are already taking a break. Please type yes in the chat window, everyone. So the people who are sitting in front of the TV, they can come back running and they can press yes. Or the people who are outside, they can call their kids and say, oh, type yes, type yes. He's asking to type yes, guys. Guys, please type yes in the chat window. What? Nobody's typing yes in the chat window? Oh, people are typing yes in the chat window. Sorry. You know, so I'm looking at the screen like this. Look at this here. So my screen, my chat window is just stuck here, and I can see, okay, thank, and I'm thinking nobody's typing, and here I have 16 new messages here. Oh, wow. Everybody's typing yes. Coffee break. Oh, Zishan always needs a break. Okay. No. Hold on, guys. We are 45. I'll take a break in 15 minutes, guys. Just give me 15 minutes, everyone. I know the break is important. We need to have a break. So, guys, here. So remember, everyone. What is our favorite storage, everyone? I don't mind if you all say at the same time by unmuting your mic. It's fine, but I want you to say this.
VNX 5200.
EMC VNX 5200.
EMC VNS.
Excellent. Very good.
I have a quick
EMC.
question, Adnan bhai.
Yes, please go ahead.
So we haven't worked on it, but we haven't worked on it, nor have we configured it. So why would we even talk about it?
Because they're going to ask a question on this.
So can we tell them like a smaller storage that would be kind of thing that we kind of worked on it? You know what I mean? Like.
Yes, your question is logical. So here, let's try to understand why we are discussing in this manner, guys. The thing is, a person that is coming. So first of all, they are going to employ you as a VMware admin. Number one. Number two, they won't be employing a VMware admin who is absolutely new. So their expectation is that whoever is coming on VMware as an admin has 5 or 10 years of experience. Number two, and within 5 or 10 years of experience, they are expecting that you might have worked on any type of storage. So this is their expectation, and they just need to understand that if you have ever worked with a type of storage that you have worked with. But I can understand your question as well. Your question is, why not we give them an example of OpenFiler, the storage that I've worked on? Or why can I give an example of a NAS storage? A NAS is a smaller box storage. It is around $1,500, $1,200, and people are using that storage in a small organization. But guys, mostly we are targeting large organizations. So in a small organization, first of all, they don't have a huge requirement of VMware admin. Their one Windows admin will be their VMware admin as well. But in case that if you are confident enough to explain your NAS storage, a smaller storage, it's fine. Just tell them, I've configured a NAS storage, I've configured the storage, and I've configured the shared disk, and we were storing all of our VM on the NAS storage. If you can talk about like that, then by all means, just let them know.
Can we like look up a few videos and maybe just talk about something basic about the EMC at all?
Yeah, yes, for sure, for sure. Yeah, so this is another important point that I want you to look at the EMC 5200 video, and 5200 is a bigger storage, guys. There is a full range of EMC storage. So watch, this is an excellent idea. Always, Ashish, you always look I mean, you're always following.
Thank you.
You know.
It's your magic text, brother. That's all it is, you know.
English is not my first language, and I keep on converting Urdu to English, and then my English is at one point the English says, come on, just leave me alone. Okay, so guys, here
structuring, right?
I know. It's so too many words, brain process word, and then I keep on speaking, writing, and showing, and everything. So guys, here, so what I'm saying, EMC has a range of storage. So going back to your question, that EMC has a smaller storage as well. So this is a smaller storage, this is a bigger storage, and their numbers are different too. I'm just looking for another image that can show me all range of storage. So here, I think I should write here. EMC range of, yeah, these are the different type of storages. If I can look at this here. So this is, these are different type of storage actually, and they are different numbers as well. So here Esxi 2000, and this is another type of storage, and this is Esxi 4020, this is 7020, this is 9000, and same goes for here. Yes, this one. So guys, here, these are the different type of storage. So I'm going to put that image in the notes as well. So here, yes. So also Ashish shared a YouTube video. Guys, have a look at the video as well. So on yes, Abdullah also shared another type of storage that is known as equal logic storage, which is a mid-size storage. But guys, so here, look at these ranges. So so Ashish, to answer your question that you want to talk about a smaller storage, just talk about this one, 5100. Then there is 5300. Then there is 5500. Then there is 5700, and then there is 7500. Now the problem with explaining these storage, Ashish, problem with explaining these storage, this is why I keep on saying that answer them only whatever they are asking for. Do not give them huge details about anything that is not asked at the moment. Maybe if they ask, then you can let them know. The problem with explaining storage is not only that you need to tell them that, there are disks in the storage, it's a big box, it has an Ethernet adapter, and it has its own storage processor and all that. Guys, you need to explain all this as well. That how many slots were there, what was the system memory, what protocols are enabled on this type of storage. As you can see that on this type of storage, these protocols can be enabled, but on this type of storage, these protocols are not enabled on this. And then there are 2 storage processors on this, and there might be more processors on other, and then there is system memory, then there is other protocols. So for that reason, I would say just tell them that it was managed by, yes, it will give you an edge if you are able to explain them. But guys, some interviewers are very smart. And they will pick it up in a second that you're just trying to give a vague explanation instead of a right explanation. So for that reason, I would say that watch few videos and just tell them in a sense. And Ashish, you're right, that if you watch a few videos, then you can explain your experience working with the storage team. I mean, you can easily tell them, the storage specialist was working on the storage and he did this and that, but I'm not a specialist. I'm not certified on this. I am interested in getting certified, but at the moment I'm more on VMware virtualization and cloud. Okay. So guys, we need to remember all these different type of storages here, and I'm going to put that in the, so what is our favorite storage, everyone? EMC storage or equal logic storage as well. Equal logic storage is another type of storage, and you can look up the equal logic storage right here based on what Abdullah shared. So I'm going to copy it here. And Abdullah also shared Ecologic storage. I've worked on Ecologic storage once, and because Ecologic storage is kind of a cheaper storage, and it's for medium-sized organization. It can work for a medium-sized organization. And here you can see this is only $1,000. So this one is $1,000. And actually this is one of the modules of Ecologic storage. Okay. So let me see the full storage. So Ecologic. Yes. So here, this is a Ecologic storage, guys. Here you can see Ecologic 521. Do not think that this is a storage. This is just the box in which you can fit in the disk. So this empty box is 521. So I'm going into the shopping, not in the shopping actually, going into images here. Images within the image, guys, the second storage for our favorite, guys, for your notes, for our job summary, for interviews, always remember Ecologic storage as well. So two types of storage, and this is a Dell Ecologic storage, where EMC is a different company. So you need to remember Dell Ecologic storage. You don't need to remember the number because it has some complexity in numbers. PS6210, it has PS6100 and all that. Yes, so it can be like, it is like 10,000 plus. Yes, for sure. These are very, very expensive storage when it comes new, but secondhand refurbished, you can just find them below.
I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, I just saw somewhere that there's a storage in between the two servers, and there are definitely some ports, like I think 8 ports or 8 disks, hard disks. So some of them are used, maybe 1 or 2 of them are used. Why the other, like what is the purpose for the others? Is those all for the backups for one to other, or what?
Okay, so your question is about all of these disks here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So the question is that sometime when we are working with the storage, only few of the disks are used and most of the disks are not used. So Alamgir, trust me, when they buy a storage, all of the disks will be used, all of the disks. So we have just 3 ESXi hosts. In the real environment, you might have 20 or 40 ESXi hosts. So even this storage will be smaller for use, but general thumb of rule. Yes.
My question was little different.
Yes.
Like suppose if there are 4 are used for the backup, right?
Right.
So the backup will be only in those 4, or like that backup will be again backed up in the next 4.
Okay. Yes. So yes, the backup strategy. Your question is about the backup strategy. How can we back up these ESXiOS? So first of all, let me tell you that this storage is used for. This storage is mostly used for production load. We call that a load, whatever ESXiOS and VMs are. So backup won't be in this storage. So this is a very expensive storage for a backup. Backup storage will be almost the same, and it will be different on a different on a different storage architecture. I mean, on a different storage appliance or a different storage device. But going back to your question, that how would it be backed up? 4 disks are backed up into another disk, and those disks are backed up in another disk. So there is a backup chapter that we need to discuss. I will park that question here. So just to high level answer that question, normally nowadays we take backup in the cloud. So your VMware environment remains on premises in your real data center, but the backup goes in either Azure or it goes into AWS, because those storage are a lot cheaper than this storage, and those storage are more managed than this storage. So just your high level answer is the backup goes in the cloud. Okay. So yes, and also Abdullah mentioned another very important point, that the backup should always be in a separate box, not in the same box. Why? Because if this box goes down, then the backup is gone as well. So for that reason, it has to be in a separate space, separate physical space. In large companies, we keep that in a separate city as well. So there should be like 200 kilometers different between one site and the other site. So those are other regulations that we need to follow when it comes to backup as well. Okay.
For then why these storage boxes are kept in between two servers?
Oh, yes. Okay, so your question is that why this physical device is kept near to ESXi host to keep the production data. So remember, Alamgir, that we have all our VMs are sitting on this storage, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so guys, here going back to, so since now we have two favorite storage. One favorite storage is EMC VNX 5200, or you can, now you know that there is 5200, 5300, 5600. Guys, you need to call each other in the next week and tell them that my favorite storage are two. Number one is EMC 5200 VNX, and one thing that you need to find out, what is the difference between VNX and there is another one, VNX. This was a VNX storage. There is another one type of storage. So you need to find that out. What are other type of storage? For that, you just need to watch one YouTube video. But your favorite, your one of the discussion point when you call anyone. So guys, anyone call anyone and just tell them my favorite storage is EMC VNX 5200 storage and Equalogic storage. So in one of the companies you worked with the Dell Equalogic storage, and this is Dell Equalogic storage. Guys, in reality, both are storage, both have multiple disks in it, and both will give you a shared disk for your ESXi host. So nothing more than that. So both are, this is a Dell Equalogic storage, it has disk, and we get a shared disk from it. So what are the two favorite storage? One EMC VNX 5200. The second one is Dell Equalogic storage. If you can remember the number, it's fine. If not, it's okay as well. But you just need to know that Dell Equalogic storage exists. Okay. So okay, I wanted to configure the storage, but the time is 1 minute before the break. So I'm going to take advantage of that 1 minute as well. So guys, our shared storage, my disk is right here. In order to configure a shared storage, what we need to do is so whenever we need to do anything, I know time is up. So 1 more minute on this. Guys, whenever we need to manage anything, we will manage it from this side. So we can go to hosts and cluster and start managing it. But whenever you need to configure anything, guys, whenever you need to configure anything, we need to configure it from the configuration screen. So you can, first of all, change to hosts and cluster, go to your ESXi host and change to configuration. And from configure screen, we can configure our storage services. So guys, with this, let's go for a quick 10 minutes break. And right after the break, we will start. We'll continue our journey setting up Vmotion.
So you are also leaving?
Yeah, I think I should take a break.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, sir, because
No.
I thought.
No, it's okay. I can take your question right after the break. I'll just have some water, just move around and all that. And you do the same thing, everyone. Right after the lecture is very, very important discussion that we're going to have, and we're going to make it work today, inshallah. Okay.
So one more thing, sir. When the class ends, can you Can you help me configuring my VCSA with the Compatibility, sir?
Sure. I will.
Right,
Just remind me at the end, for sure.
Thank you.
Welcome back after the break, everyone. Please type yes in the chat window. Thank you, everyone. Okay, excellent. Wow. Okay, so guys, just before the break, we were talking about the storage, and we have the storage ready. We have the disk ready. So what we need to do is, first of all, I need to make sure that I have a Iscsi adapter added to all ESXi hosts. So the very first thing about verifying the storage is that I need to go into each ESXi host. So you can look at the ESXi host as this. So these are my 3 ESXi hosts, and one of the ESXi host is not connected because it's not switched on, number one. Number two, I have 2 other ESXi hosts. So ESXi host 1 is connected, and ESXi2 is connected. Now I need to make sure about the very first thing, that Iscsi adapter is added. So Iscsi adapter, first of all, I need to go select the ESXi host, go to configure here, and then go to storage adapter. And within the storage adapter here, I can see the first one, which is Iscsi here. So Iscsi, going down here, there are more Iscsi adapters here. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 adapters, but what I am looking for is this Iscsi adapter. Now, how do I remember that which Iscsi adapter is that I'm working with, guys? Always remember Iscsi software adapter. Iscsi also comes as a hardware adapter as well. Some companies might have a hardware adapter, meaning they will buy a card, they will buy a storage card, and they will bring it in, and they will install that card inside the server. So in here, you will find that adapter as the name of the adapter. It will be almost like this. There will be a name of that adapter, but in our case we have Iscsi software adapter. So wherever Iscsi is used, mostly it will be a software adapter. With the SAN, it will be a HBA adapter. So the adapter will all be here. So first of all, we need to make sure for this lab that what we need to make sure is that on this server, you go to configure, then go to software storage adapter, and you need to add this adapter. If this adapter is not already here, you just need to click add adapter, and once you click add adapter here, then here, if Iscsi adapter is not here, then this option will be enabled. If this option is enabled, it means that you still need to add a Iscsi adapter, Iscsi software adapter. In my case, this option is disabled, so for that reason I don't need to add anything. So this is one thing, and I will make sure that the same thing on my other ESXi host. So if I go to my other ESXi host and go to the same configuration, in this I need
have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, so like is there any way we can add a second adapter here? Like
no. If you have only one Iscsi, so for Iscsi software adapter, only one is required, and for that software adapter, you can add 100 disks to that adapter. So that is why there is no need for the second software adapter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is one ESXi adapter, and if I can make it a little smaller so that I can show you this configuration. So on my second ESXi host, this adapter is right here, and this is all discussed in the storage video. So for that reason, I'm just going a bit faster. If these concepts are not clear, you can look at the storage lab video, and these all concepts will be there. The main purpose today here is that we need to configure Vmotion for this. Now, Vmotion is a technology in which we move a live VM from one ESXi host to the other. So these VMs can move. So these are not live VM. These are shut down VMs. So this is a shutdown VM, and this is the only VM that is live. And today we'll be starting up one more VM, and we'll move that VM. We won't be moving our VCSA because we don't want to disturb VCSA at the moment. And even in the real environment, guys, in the real environment, we don't touch VCSA. VCSA should keep on running. VCSA is a sensitive very important appliance on which a lot of your configuration depends on. So we don't move VCSA unless it is absolutely required and you need to move it. We also keep it on a special ESXi host. When we discuss DRS later on after Vmotion, then we will discuss all that as well, that if we can use a preferred ESXi host for a certain VM. So guys, in here, I made sure that iSCSI adapter is added. So in both of the ESXi host, if the third ESXi host is live, then we can make sure that as well.
Sarji, if you don't mind, can you make a little bit bigger screen?
Okay. The font needs to be bigger.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Zoom a little bit bigger.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
nice.
Sir, without storage, we cannot move VMs.
Without storage, we cannot move. We cannot do Vmotion. Yes. We must have a shared storage. So seems like you don't have a shared storage. Is that so?
Okay. Oh, okay. Right, sir. Okay.
Sir, I have a question. For
Yes.
cold Vmotion, do you need storage too? No.
Cold Vmotion, no. Cold Vmotion can work without a shared storage. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but the VM won't start. VM won't start when you try to start it because the storage is still on the other ESXi host. So we need to remember that. Right. So when you move a VM, you only move the CPU and RAM of this VM, but the storage is still, the disk of the VM is still sitting on ESXi1. So you move the cold or dead VM, but on the other ESXi host, when you try to start it, it won't find the disk because the disk is still on the ESXi host 1. So for that reason, you should have a shared storage for cold Vmotion as well. Okay. So guys, here we have, so if you don't have a shared storage, guys, do not work on this. Just keep on looking at how these things are configured. So I'm configuring them one by one. Number one, I went to the storage. I went to the iSCSI storage adapter. And on this adapter, I made sure that the adapter is here. If the adapter is not here, then what I can do, you can just click on the add storage adapter and you can add this adapter. Guys, the second thing that we need to do is configure this storage adapter. Now on this storage adapter, what we need to do is we need to basically, first of all, we need to basically go into the devices. Now for this, I do need to make a smaller font to give you a big picture here. So I will change that again later on. So on this one, here, once you select this storage adapter, these all, you will get all these configuration options. Let's say if I change this to anything else, if I change this to this, you will get lesser configuration option. Whereas if I select the software SCSI adapter, I get all these configuration option. But so the reason, so the important thing is that from here, the software storage adapter must be configured. Now on this adapter, the very first important stage is the iSCSI target service. So if I select this adapter here, and if I go to dynamic discovery, within the dynamic discovery, we need to give the IP address of my iSCSI target server. Now, in my case, my iSCSI target server is this Windows server. So remember that on this Windows server, I've added on this Windows server, and my IP address of this Windows server is 192.168.10.52. So this is the Windows server that I'm working on. This is the Windows server that I am working on, and it's, so this is the Windows server. So this is my iSCSI target server. So we need to make sure that your iSCSI target server is, you know the IP address, but in your case, if you're using OpenFiler, so your iSCSI target server will be OpenFiler. So guys, to start with, I would say follow exactly what I do in the video, configure the storage exactly in the same manner so that you can start walking before running. So before taking your own decisions about storage, that you should select the OpenFiler and add 5 new disks and then configure them. Guys, this will confuse you. This will confuse a new user because if you're adding more disks, you will add more complexity. And when you're adding more complexity, the troubleshooting will be difficult. So for that reason, guys, the way I configured my storage in my in my storage video, please configure exactly in the same manner from the Windows server and then later from the OpenFiler server. Okay, so guys, here when you select the storage adapter, guys, Vmotion's one hardcore requirement is that you must have a shared storage. And the shared storage, for that we went to the we went to the server, we went to configure, we went to storage adapter. Here we made sure the adapter is here. Now we are configuring this adapter, and within the adapter, my first stop is dynamic discovery. Within the dynamic discovery, I need to add the IP address of my iSCSI target server. If I click on add here, and here it will ask me for the IP address, and the port number will always remain the same. Port, you don't have to change the port number, even it is same for the open filer server as well. So in this case, I'm not going to change anything. I already have this here. And once you do, once you have it here and it is connected, the next stop is devices. And within devices, all you need to do is click adapter rescan. So here, adapter rescan or storage rescan, one of the options you will do, it will connect to that storage, and that disk is 99 GB of the disk, which is my second disk on my Windows server. Remember that here on this server, if I go to the volumes, one of the disk is F drive, and the F drive is 99 GB. So that's the disk that I need. That is the disk that I need to see on my server. So that disk is right here, and this disk won't be available if your iSCSI target server is not properly configured, and you won't be able to see this disk if your dynamic discovery is not configured with iSCSI target. So in both cases, I have the disk available. Once you have the disk available, then I need, so first of all, I need to verify on this server, and I also need to verify on my first server as well. So I'm going back to my first server and going to my storage adapter, configure, and then iSCSI software. And on here, if I select this, I should be able to see the same disk here as well. If I'm not able to see this device here on this server, it means that there is something wrong with this, and I'm not able to see this here because remember that in the beginning, I snapshot. I moved back to the snapshot. And so for that reason, I have to configure this. So it's a good thing that I'm configuring ESXi 1 for you here. So I select ESXi, and I'm not able to see a disk under devices. It means that iSCSI target is not configured. So in order to configure that, I need to go to dynamic discovery. Within dynamic discovery, I need to give an IP address of my target server. So I click add, and on add, I am going to use the IP address. So 52, this is the IP address of my target server. I'll leave the port as is and no changes. And in a moment, it should be able to connect. So if your IP is wrong, guys, here, this will give you an error message. Here it's saying that you're trying to connect here. So here it's saying due to configuration, recent configuration setting, you need to rescan this adapter. So yes, it is just saying because I've added a new iSCSI target, I would need to rescan the adapter, which is this option. And this is a warning sign. I can safely close this warning sign and just rescan the adapter. So first, we add an IP address of dynamic discovery, number one. Number two is that I need to rescan the adapter. So I'm rescanning the adapter here. And once I rescan the adapter, the rescan is right here. It's saying rescan HBA, and it is rescanning it. It will take around 100 milliseconds, and it's done. It's successful. And now I can go into the devices and see that my disk is available. So guys, if any one of these parts is not working, then if you won't be able to, let's do it one more time. So let's say if I remove this, I'm removing this. So let's say if your dynamic discovery doesn't have iSCSI target, right? And for that reason, in the devices, you won't be able to see any disk here. So if you are able to see the disk, but if I rescan the storage here, this disk will be gone. Why? Because it has lost the connection between your iSCSI server, your storage server, and your server and your ESXi host. Let me rescan the storage. So I'm rescanning the storage on this, and this should go for sure. And it's not going. So it has a mind of its own, but let me try that. Refresh. Okay, it is connected. So which means that once we, so they have added, I guess they have added this feature that once it understands the target, it connects to the target. So for that reason, I'm going to go back and add the dynamic discovery again. I mean, I'm sure once you restart the ESXi host, this will be gone. So you must have dynamic discovery here. I think as long as ESXi server is available, you will be able to see the disk. As soon as you restart the server, this will be gone. For that reason, I'm going to go back and add my dynamic discovery, add my target server in dynamic discovery. So in here, so I've added that. Now the third step in this. So first step was go to the server, go to configure, go to storage adapter. Then we added a storage adapter. Then within the storage adapter, what we did, we added a dynamic IP address. Yes.
Sir, I have a question. Which one you put like IP address, like the
Dynamic
second?
discovery?
Yeah, is the Esxi target server or?
Esxi target server, yes. So which
Okay,
one are
thank
you using? Are you using a Windows or OpenFiler?
like Windows, sir.
Excellent. So just use a Windows server. Just use
Yeah,
that server IP address.
yeah, thank you.
Okay. So guys, the next step is that now we need to see the storage available. So this storage will be available on one of the ESXi hosts. Now, once you add this and you have this device available, this is all covered in the storage lecture and the storage video. Guys, we need to make it a data store because this is still a raw disk. It is still a raw disk. In order to make it a data store, you need to right click on ESXi host. And from here, you need to go down to data store. So where is data store? Here you need to, right here within the storage, you need to give a new data store. So this is done only for one of the ESXi host. Once you click add on data store, and if there is a disk available, this will be formatted as VMFS disk. And next on this one here, if you have any extra disk available, then that disk will be available, because since I've already formatted it on my other ESXi host, that's why I'm not able to see that. Basically, that disk is now available in my storage as Esxi shared disk. So this is the disk that I'm talking about. This is my 99 GB disk that is available, that is basically from that disk. Now, how do you know that if this is the same disk or if this is a different disk? In order to see that, we can go to files. And within files, it should show me exactly the same content that we have on the disk. So let's see if once it loads, here I can see it has 3 folders inside. And in order to make sure that this is the same disk, I'm going to go back to my Esxi target server and Windows server. And within Windows server, I'm going to go back to that F drive and see that if it is the same disk. So if I go to my F drive or G drive, so probably this is F drive, and within this, okay, so this is part of that disk. So here it's not showing us the content, but it is showing us the disk name. The disk name is Esxi disk 1. And in here, the disk name is Esxi share disk. So here it is a share disk. And so since it is all compressed inside that disk, so all this data is compressed inside. So this is why you won't be able to see the content, but basically that is the disk that we are working with. Let me see that if I can take maybe 1 minute to just maybe try to make sure that if there is any other indication, there is that indication. So this is the URL, VMFS. This is actually, this won't be able to see on the Windows server, but what we will be able to see on the Windows server is the IQN number of this disk. That we can see from the storage adapter. So what am I doing, everyone? I'm trying to make sure that this is the same disk that is present from the Esxi, that is presented from the Esxi server. So I can go to the properties. This is the IQN number of the adapter. But what about the disk? So this is the disk basically that I'm working with. And this disk is So this is of type. So if I right click on this, nothing happens on the right click. But so in here, I think I can match this number with the iSCSI target server. So if I can go back to my iSCSI, and within iSCSI, this is my iSCSI disk, and this is the disk that I'm working with. iSCSI target 1 disk, and the disk is, so this is disk, and this is the path of the file. iSCSI disk, properties. So here, the disk is right here, 99 GB dynamic disk, and these are the two IQNs. This is the serial number. Probably I can go by serial number. So this is ending with DE36F. And let's go back to our ESXi host. So ESXi host, this number. Yeah, this is the one, DE36F. So that is the same disk. So we just verified that this disk that is present, this is known as a F disk, has the same serial number on the disk that we added. So this is guys how we need to verify. And why do you need to verify? Because you need to know where your data is stored. So is it on SAN number 1, storage number 1? Is it on storage number 2? So in our case, we just verified that this is the disk, and this disk is now data stored, and this is the disk that is added. Now guys, so we have basically fulfilled the 6th requirement of Vmotion. So I'm going to go back here and make sure. So we have our vCenter. So we have our vCenter. We have 2 or more ESXi hosts. We have same CPU. We have enabled the VM kernel port Vmotion. We have also make sure that the shared disk is available on both ESXi hosts. Now the last requirement and the host, this requirement is already there because we are all using evaluation version. The last requirement is shared networking for both both hosts. So here we just need to make sure that the VM kernel port group should be same on both ESXi hosts. So here, Abdullah is saying that this is really good that we can trace back to the disk. Yes, so this is very, very important to know how to you trace back. I mean, even if it would have been a SAN storage, EMC storage, or the EqualLogic storage, you still need to know, because from the SAN storage, there might be 10 disks connected to your ESXi host, 10 different disks connected, and only one of the disk is giving you issue. So this is how we know that going into the serial number and making sure where the disk is. Okay, so the next requirement is networking. So we already fulfilled the requirement for vCenter, and then it's same CPU, and also in the networking we fulfilled the requirement of enabling Vmotion on the management port. The last requirement is to make sure where the VM is. The VM that we need to move should be on the same port group that then the same port group exists on the 2 ESXi hosts. Now let's understand this. Let's say I have host number 1 and I have host number 2, and I need to move this VM. This VM, first of all, I need to move this VM to ESXi 2. So this VM is sitting on ESXi 1. First of all, I will start this VM. Actually, okay, we can start this later on, but for now, let's fulfill the networking requirement. Here, I need to go to the network. On this VM, I need to go to the network here. And within the network, this VM is sitting on the test port group. So either this test port group should be same on the other ESXi host, or you move this, you connect this VM to your VM network port group. So in order to fulfill that, so this Vmotion cannot work if this port group doesn't exist on this one. I mean, think of that if you're moving a VM and the same network doesn't exist on the other side, definitely that VM won't be able to connect anywhere, because it needs to have exactly same settings in the other ESXi host. So for this VM, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the second ESXi host. I mean, I can make it simple and move it to VM network port group, but I'm going to go to the second ESXi host, go to networking, and create a test port group on this one. So here, I'm just going to go to the VM networking, and within networking, I'm going to go to virtual switch. And within virtual switch, I am going to create a test port group on this one, because on this ESXi host, I already have a test port group, which is this one. And this VM we are about to move. We are about to move this VM app server 1, and it has this port group. And on the other ESXi host, we don't have this port group. And this Vmotion cannot work if you don't have a port group here. So now I am about to add a port group to this with the name test. So the name port group name should be exactly the same. One more time, I'm going to go back to this and make sure the same type port group. So the port group should be named test. So I'm going to go to ESXi host 2. And in here, I'm going to go to add networking. And when you add networking, it's saying, do you want to add a VM kernel port, which means that you want to add a management port? Do you want to add just a port group? Do you want to add a physical adapter? So in our case, we are just adding a new port group. We are not adding a VM kernel port. We are not adding a physical adapter. We're just creating a new port group. So port group and next. And here, which switch it will be part of? Is it part of vSwitch 0 or is it part of some other switch? So yes, it is part of vSwitch 0 because in this ESXi host, we have only this one switch available. There is no other switch available. This is why you cannot change it. If there would have been other vSwitches available, then we can change it. In this case, we have only one vSwitch. So I'm going to click next. And in this, now this is the place where I need to label this. So I'm going to call this test port group. And we are not going to change anything on the VLAN ID. And here, just a test port group and next and finish. So now we should be able to see a test port group. Guys, the main idea behind this is that you need to have exactly the same network on both ESXi hosts. Let's say if you need to enable Vmotion on all three of them, then you need to make sure the test port group is available here. Now let's see. So on this ESXi host, we have this test port group and it has 0 VMs. And on this ESXi host, we already have one test port group and it has one VM. And this VM we will move. So basically, all the requirements of this is Vmotion configuration is done. We made sure that Vmotion is enabled on all of them, both of them. We made sure shared disk is available. And the one important thing is that VMs is sitting in the shared disk. So VM disk should be a shared disk. So which means that when you go to the VM, and if I go to the summary of the VM shouldn't be sitting on the ESXi host 1 local disk. It should be sitting on the shared disk. So for that, I am going to go down here within the storage, and here we can see that this is sitting on data store 1. It's not sitting on the shared storage. Guys, this is why it is important to name the storage as well, because when we create a new data store, we need to name it so that I know that this is the storage I'm working on. So if I go to this VM, so Vmotion requirements is fine, but this VM is basically will fail when we do a Vmotion, because this VM is not sitting on the shared storage. This VM is sitting on the local storage. So I'm not going to change that. And we'll initiate a Vmotion and see how it works. So it should give us an error message saying that this VM is only available on ESXi 1 and it's not available on the shared storage. Now, in order to move everyone, if I move it like this, it will be a cold Vmotion. It will not be a true Vmotion. So I'm not going to move this like this. I'm going to first start this VM. So I'm going to power this VM on. So power this VM on so that this VM is running. It doesn't matter if it has a operating system or not. It doesn't matter. As long as the VM is running and we are able to move the VM without shutting it down, it means that it will be a good test for Vmotion. So once it starts running, it will stop at the black screen where it will ask us for the operating system. And once it is there, so I'm just going to open the console. Okay, so here it's just a pop-up screen. It's just saying that we need to enable pop-up screen because it needs to open that. Okay, hold on. So I need to open that. For now, let me open that in the web console. Later, we can install this remote tool. We need to download that from the website and then we can do it. Yes, so we need to, I mean, VMware tools are not required. Abdullah is asking question, do we need VMware tools? VMware tools are required when you have operating system. So in this case, we don't have an operating system, so VMware tools is not required. But yes, in production network, VMware tools are installed on all Windows servers. So this server is starting up. Let's say if it starts up, and I just need to see that initial screen. And then we can perform a Vmotion. So here, web console. And in the meantime, I'll start the other server as well. So probably on this ESXi host, I need to make sure that I have enough memory available as well. So I'm gonna just click on the ESXi host here. And ESXi host memory, going back to the summary of this. Guys, remember that VMware admins are paid well. And this is why they are paid well, because you can, and there are so many options, but once you're used to it, and guys, the key to success is the practical labs. The labs that I've provided in the labs that I provided on the channel are very, very important. The more you work with them, the better it is. I can clearly see some of the people have not done the storage lab properly, and you might be stuck, and after the storage it will be a lot confused. There'll be a lot of confusions here. So guys, for that reason, this week, again go back to all of the labs and configure all of everything again. Okay, so guys, here, why am I here? I'm looking at the ESXi host because I started this VM. I'm getting some issue, and on this VM, on this ESXi host, I need to make sure that I have enough memory available. So there is enough memory available. VM should start. VM doesn't have operating system on this, so I'm just going to go back here, and in this, so VMware tools cannot be installed, so we can ignore this option. Yes, I need to see this option here. So I'm going to go here. Yes. So it is stopped on the setup screen. Now, Vmotion will be successful if this screen is not changed. If this screen is changed, or if it is rebooted, it means that Vmotion has disconnected all the user. But if this screen remains the same all the time, while Vmotion is happening, it means that Vmotion is successful. So, and we all know why we are getting this blue screen, because there is no operating system on that. Otherwise, if there would have been operating system, we would have been seeing a Windows server or a Linux server. So now, since the machine is ready, well, it's ready to do Vmotion. So in order to do Vmotion, right click on this, and we are going to go to migrate. And within migrate, here it's saying, what do you want to migrate? Do you want to migrate only the compute resources? The compute resources, meaning you're not migrating the storage, you're only migrating the VM. Now, migrating the storage means, which is this option, that you are moving, if you have two different storage disks available. So let's say from Windows Server, I have two different disks available, then I can you can move from one storage to another. We will do that in the second lab, where we will move the storage. But for now, we are just moving the VM from one place to another, which means that this complete running VM will be moved from ESXi host 1 to ESXi host 2. So let's do that here. Change compute resources and change to. So now it is giving me option. Okay, you're about to Vmotion. Where are you about to Vmotion? So select a resource. I'm not seeing a resource for ESXi 2. So this is ESXi 1. So I'm not migrating it to, okay, hold on. It should be giving me the second host option as well. So select network. Network will be the same, which is compatible. And schedule Vmotion, or I want to do it right now. We need to do it with high priority and that. But here, the problem is that I don't want to move it to ESXi 1, but let's see what happens. I mean, it should be giving me an option.
Sitting on the local storage, I think. That's
oh, Alamgir, you're always right. Okay. So I'm trying to move a storage. Okay. So that's why. Thank you. So again, we'll
Can you move
initiate.
it to iSCSI if it's sitting on any of the local data stores, or does it have to be configured into iSCSI?
It should be iSCSI. It should be iSCSI, but you can move it to a local data store as well. But remember, as soon as you move it to a local data store, you cannot Vmotion it again.
Right, right. No, but can you move from a local data store to a iSCSI?
Yes, it can be done. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So here I'm going to change the compute. Do a Vmotion, and let's have a quick look at the server. The server is remaining, it remains the same because we haven't moved it yet though. So in this case, change compute and next. And in this case, it should give me no. It should, why is it giving me just this and not the other ESXi host? Okay. Oh, there is one more requirement, I guess. The one more requirement is that it should be part of the cluster. Vmotion, it shouldn't be part of the cluster. Okay. Just a sec, because it's not able to see that other. Yes. So guys, yes. So one more thing that is a requirement, that we need to create a cluster, and within the cluster we need to add these two ESXi hosts. So what's happening is that I'm trying to Vmotion and it can only see itself. It is not able to see the other ESXi host. Now, please don't be scared with the word cluster, because I know that we did that cluster failover cluster in MCSA training, and that failover cluster was really difficult. It took a long time, guys. Here in VMware, cluster is a very simple one-step process. So in order to make a cluster, you will see and you will laugh and you will remember that for a long period of time, that cluster, creating a cluster in VMware is really easy. All you need to do, right click on your data center, and within the data center, just say new cluster. So when you say a new cluster, guys, let's see, just 3 steps. So one step, right click on this and then create a new cluster. And once it here, you just need to name that cluster. So I am in Toronto data center. So I'm going to name this Toronto cluster CL01. So Toronto cluster, nothing, we don't need to select DRS, HA and nothing of that. We will be discussing that later on, and click OK. Guys, congrats, your cluster is ready. This is, you don't need to do any extra configuration about the cluster. All you need to do, your cluster is ready, and all I need to do, move these ESXi hosts inside the cluster. So I'm going to move that inside the cluster. So just select ESXi host and drag it inside. So I'm adding that to the cluster. And on the recent task, you will see here at the bottom, guys, everyone can make a cluster. I mean, for a cluster, shared storage is not a requirement. So one more time, how do you make a cluster? Just right click on your data center and then create a cluster. You will say new cluster. So here you just say new cluster, name the cluster, cluster is ready. And so I just moved one of the ESXi host there. I'm going to add the second ESXi host as well. So just select it and just drag that in.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
You said you don't need shared storage?
No, we do. Shared storage is not required. For a cluster to create, you don't need a shared storage, but shared storage is required for Vmotion.
Yeah.
Okay. So guys, here you can see they are both in the cluster, and all the VMs we can see here as well. Now we can try to do Vmotion. So guys, creating cluster, was it difficult? I don't think so. So creating
Yes. Sorry to interrupt. So now now I have it on a local storage. Do I have to migrate it to a local? To the iSCSI as well?
So for now, your VM is on the local storage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, migrate it. Yes, migrate it.
Okay.
So just select the storage, and when it asks you for the storage, just change the storage.
Only, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone, now I'm about to do the Vmotion of this, and we'll see the server is still working. If I can click inside, I can see that the server is running. That server is running. There is about to be Vmotion from one ESXi host to another. And in order to do that, I will right click on that VM and go to migrate. And within migrate, I'll just change the CPU, the compute resource, and then next. And then here, now we should be able to see. That is really strange. Why am I not able to see the other? Oh, okay. I can now see the
Move your
cluster.
data storage.
No, I can change to the cluster. There is something missing in this. Maybe some requirement is missing. Let me check again all of the requirements. So this ESXi host, I'm not able to see. So I am going to verify all the requirement. Number one is that this is Intel CPU, number one. Number two is that if I go to Isxi, I have the storage available. I can see the storage available on this. I can see the disk as well. Number three, on the switch, I can see a management port, and management port has a management port. And on the port, I can, if I edit this, Vmotion is enabled on this. So Vmotion is enabled on this. That is fine. Management port is enabled on this as well. And the next thing is the test port group. So this VM is, is it already moved? This VM is already moved. This VM is already on ESXi2. No. Okay, not move. I'm on ESXi2 and this VM is on ESXi1. So it's not moved. It is still here. So is this a problem with this VM, or let me try another VM actually? So if I right click on another VM, guys, you can try on your own side as well, please. Who is trying with Vmotion? Probably VM needs to be shared storage. VM has a shared storage though. I can double check that though. So I'm now trying to cold migrate the second VM. So let's say in the cold migrate, I'm still able to see only one host. I'm not able to see the other host. So that is strange. Okay. So now another test I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new VM and then put it in the shared storage right from the start. So on one of the ESXi host, or maybe on the cluster, right click and create a new VM. So I'm creating a new VM. And in this new VM, I should be able to see both of the ESXi hosts. So first of all, it will go into this data center, Toronto data center. And the new VM name is just new VM. And now I can select the host. So here I can see both of the hosts, which means that hosts are properly configured. It might be that those VMs are created without vCenter. Probably that was the reason. But let's see that if we can create a new VM. Okay, and can we mute our mics if we don't have a question? Okay, so I'm creating a new VM, everyone. I'm creating a new VM, and this time I'm going to place that in the shared storage. So placing that in the shared storage, not on the local storage. And this will be 6.7 VM. Oh, that might be different because one of my ESXi host is 7 actually. So let's say that how it goes. So creating a new VM, it will be part of VM network. So I need to make sure it is part of the test network port group, both ESXi hosts, we have test network port group. So VM is being created. I can see that on the recent task. The VM is being created. And once the VM is created, we can just switch on this VM, and the new VM is this one. And so in this case, once it is completed, we can start the VM and we can see There is no network assigned to the VM. It's saying there is no network assigned to the VM. We did assign the network though. So going back to VM hardware, and within VM hardware, it's saying that no network is assigned to the VM. Oh, there might be an issue with this test port group. Port group. What we can do is we can move that existing VM to VM network port group, the default port group. So in this case, I am going to go to configure, and within configuration, I need to go to, so where is it? The network. And within the network, I need to change this to, no. I need to go to the network card and then change it. So guys, I think the problem is there is some problem with the test port group, because probably when I created that for that class, there might be some issue with this port group. So for that reason, I'm going to use the default port group, this one. So guys, I mean, even in your case, guys, everyone, even in your case, whenever you have issue, try starting it again. So in my case, instead of troubleshooting at the moment, I just need to get that confidence that my Vmotion is configured. So I keep on creating new VMs here. So I can troubleshoot that later. What is the problem with the port group? How do I fix that and all? But for now, I need to make sure that Vmotion is configured properly. So for that reason, I'm going to create another VM, one more VM. And this time I will make sure that this is part of the default port group. So here I can name this 2. And the server that it will be sitting on, Esxi 01. And in this case, it will be part of the shared storage. And this is Windows Server. And for the networking, this time I'll make sure that this is part of the default VM port group. So this is part of the default. This is the default VM port group. And the disk is, we know that we need to give a disk of thin provisioning. So now we are making it part of this new VM that we are creating, the VM2. So VM2 is being created. In the meantime, I can select that running VM. Here I can go to edit settings and see if I can change the storage networking to the default port group. So in this case, I'm going to go to the network adapter and browse and change this to VM network port group, because VM network port group is available on both of them. So Abdullah, your Vmotion is working fine. So you're saying that we can do the Vmotion on your machine. So
No, I didn't try that. It's need to be checked.
okay.
I just configured the Vmotion.
Okay. So guys, anyone has Vmotion working in their machine? So we have reconfigured this storage and okay, so now I'm going to power this on. So while this is being powered on, I can just quickly go and check the networking on this. So VM network First of all, going to VM network. VM network is available on both of the ESXi host. Even test was available on both of the ESXi host. So there shouldn't be an issue, but there is some issue. So that's why I moved it to this. And for this VM network, I need to see how many VMs are on this VM network. So on this VM network port group network, we have all these VMs. We have VM2, app server 1, and this VM network is available on both. So there shouldn't be an issue there shouldn't be any networking issue with that. So both of the ESXi hosts, let's try and move it now. So right click on this VM. So change CPU, moving meaning change the host. So here, yes. So here now I'm getting both options. So first of all, VM is running. Let me just close that. And just to get a real test, I'm going to open the web console and see that if this VM shouldn't go down. So it should be sitting on the same situation. I mean, here it is just asking for operating system, but we all understand that the VM is running. So when I run this, when I do a Vmotion, this shouldn't be changed. So in this case, migrate and change the compute resource. And on this, since it is sitting on ESXi1, I'm going to move it to ESXi2, and it will run the compatibility check. So as far as the CPU and RAM is concerned, there is no issue with this. The compatibility check is fine. Otherwise, it will fail. And here, it is saying that there is some issue with this. So currently connected network interface of network adapter 1 cannot use VM network because the destination network on the destination host is configured for a different offload or security policies. Okay. Remember that we worked with different security policies in the networking lecture. There are those security policies, the MAC address changes and all that. So we need to make sure. So here, this is very good that this error came. So for that reason, currently connected network. So it's just, I think in this case, it's just a warning and it's not an error message that will interfere. It's just giving us that the current security policy is different from the two, meaning that this VM might be more restricted or less restricted on the other network. But I think this VM will go, the Vmotion will go. Let's see. So, okay, so it won't go unless I change the security policy. Okay, so that's good. So I'll cancel this and I will go back to the networking and make sure that both servers VM network has same security policy. So going back to the network, VM network here, and within VM network, we can go to, so this is the VM network, and I'm going to go to first on ESXi host 1 and see what is the policy for this. So this is VM network. So going down here, this is VM network here, and I'm going to check the policies on this. So edit settings. So on this, there is, if I go to security, so it says reject and accept and accept. I just need to make sure same policy exists on the other one. Traffic shaping, I don't have anything on this. There is these numbers. And teaming. On the NIC teaming, I have 2 network cards. So override. So everything is disabled on this one. So everything, so this checkbox, if this checkbox is enabled, it means that it is enabled. Otherwise, properties, the name is VM network. And so the same thing we need to make sure on the second ESXi host. So I'm going to go to second ESXi host here and go to VM network. This is VM network. There are already 2 VMs on this. Okay. So I'm going to edit setting on this. And so here is this. Security is override. Traffic is nothing. Here it has 1 network card. So that's the only difference that I can see here. So in this case, we can go back and so I will try to do this. So let me try this as well. Probably this might work or it might take time to just understand the host. Okay, so this is still not able to understand the host. This new VM does understand the host. So now I'm going back to see what is exactly the error message. So guys, whenever the first time we configure Vmotion, there might be these issues. So it's a good thing that the issues are here and we can all see the issues here so that you can see that there might be few things here. So Abdullah is asking, is there anything we can go to default? You mean the default ESXi networking setting? We just checked that VM network is on default. But default meaning default, the only way you can go to default is create 2 new ESXi hosts that are totally new and we have not done anything in that. So here it's saying select a host. So I'm going to select the second host here. So this time, was it the same this time? No, okay, so the error was on the second screen. Okay, saying, so I'm going to look at this again. So it's saying that networking, currently connected network interface, network adapter for this one. For this virtual machine, the network adapter cannot use this network because the destination network on the destination host is configured for a different offload or security policy than the source network. So there is something wrong with VM network. Let's see if I can use another network. So remember that on ESXi1 and ESXi2, both have the test port group. So I'll try the second port group, which is test, and here it's the same issue. So it's saying that migrate VM from this to test, and that cannot happen because VM network is already on test port group. So this will definitely not work because the VM is already sitting on VM network. We must fix this issue. Let's see what is in the advanced. So in the advanced, there was nothing. It was just so in that case, the only way that I can find that out is just by quickly, I can look at the setting, but I can just quickly Google this information. So I'm going to copy this error message and put it in so Google this to see that what is exactly the issue. So it's just saying here currently network adapter 1. So I'm just going to remove this so that I can get to the error message. So I'm just removing this so that I can get the most out of the error message. And here, I think this is the most current one. Currently connected network interface network cannot use the network. So this looks like one, and I will change to new. And here, this one is also like this one, guys. This is exactly how you will be troubleshooting this as well. And so there are many. So I'll open 3 of them and see that what they are suggesting. Before I can start troubleshooting on my own, I can try to get help from the people who have already been through this issue. Okay, so it's saying that I've encountered the following issue by attempting to migrate a VM, another host in the cluster lab currently connected network interface this because the destination error and view on WordPress. Okay. So here, the resolution. So I think the problem is same, the cause of the problem, and the resolution is to resolve this issue, check the security policy and ensure that pre-upgrade, pre-X Vmotion configuration is consistent. Wow, what an answer. Okay, ignore this. And here, I'm just going down, check the link, save explaining what is the network setting, does host 1, does not. So the network setting does not match on host 1 and host 2. It's just saying that unable to migrate. Okay, so here it's saying that everything else might be, and I remember that sometimes we do need to remove one of the ESXi hosts from vCenter and add it again. So sometime it's the credential issue. So yes, I remember doing that in the real environment as well. Saves me explanation and all. So this can be one of the solution. I will try that out. But let me see that if I can get some more solid grounds for this. So I've encountered this error, and I was able to fix that by checking the configuration of virtual switch on ESXi1, and I was removing the VM. So basically, you go here in networking, edit switch, review security tab, and the traffic shaping. We already checked that traffic shaping and everything is fine. In my case, the issue was tab security or destination did not match the source and just the okay. Okay. So we can, I mean, look at many things, but we have already verified many things here. What I will do is, first of all, I'll go to VM1. So cancel this. This will definitely not go. I will first of all check the settings of one more time before I can do that major change. The major change will be remove it from the vCenter and add it back to the vCenter. I think probably I'll have to do that. So, but in terms of networking, here, it is connected on power on. It is connected to this adapter and nothing special here. We are just connecting to VM network. So there is nothing special with this setting. As far as the networking goes for both ESXi hosts, here we already made sure that they are both connected. And the port group, the only thing is that on vSwitch 0, we have some extra port groups. So what I can do is I can remove these extra port groups. Just like Abdullah said, we can go back to the default setting. So guys, in the meantime, I mean, if your Vmotion settings are proper, maybe you can try to migrate. Okay, so in here, now I've removed extra port groups that I'm not using. No, I'm not gonna. So on VM network, I have, so yeah, oh, there is one more very important thing. This name is case sensitive as well. So let's see, the name VM network should be case sensitive too. So let me see that if it is the same case on both of them. It is exactly the same name on both of them. So VM network and changing that view settings. So view setting is saying that VM network, VLAN, here everything is set. Oh, everything is set to reject. Whereas the other one, there was some accept as well. So that's the bottleneck. So everything is set to reject here. And on this one, and this we did it in the lab, because on the other one, we made some few changes on this. So here, yeah, so this is the change, everyone. Okay, that's good. So what we need to do is I need to do exactly as this on the other ESXi, because we need to keep that accept, and reject. And if somebody has a new ESXi host, what is the default setting? So if somebody can share with me a picture, what is the default security setting of this? So I'm just going to go here on ESXi2 and go to edit setting. And within
I
edit,
sent it on WhatsApp group.
okay, you sent it on WhatsApp group here. Okay, my WhatsApp is loading, but here what I can do is, so here everything is reject, but so you can let me know. WhatsApp is still loading. Is it reject, accept, or reject?
First one is reject, two or accept.
Okay. So then we are going to just accept this so that we have the same security settings. So that acceptance wizard is okay. That's good. So now I can see the picture as well. And now we have the same security setting. And now we can just make sure that this VM is running. And let's do a Vmotion. So Vmotion next. Select the other ESXi host to most probably this should. So this compatibility visit, this compatibility check is very, very important. And in this case, it is compatible. Okay, that's good. And now we can just move on. It's just saying, do you want to schedule it for another later time or just now? So we'd say we'll do this with high priority and next and done. So now here you will see that it is doing a Vmotion here. And we can look at this machine. It is still running. The machine is still running. It's not disconnected and Vmotion is happening. And sometimes this Vmotion, so migrating VMs active state, and it is, so you will see that it is moved. So which means that cluster is not a hardcore requirement that I remembered from before, that cluster is not a hardcore requirement. But cluster is required for DRS. So next advanced features, we do need a cluster, but for Vmotion, it's not a requirement. So now if we see that, where is the VM? So it is successfully done and we can go to the VM and check the summary. It should be sitting on the other ESXi host. So yes, it is on ESXi 2. Before it was on ESXi 1 and now it is on ESXi 2. Okay. So we can check the route for another VM. Let's say for this one, let's say maybe that issue that we had with app server 1 might have been fixed as well. But for app server 1, we need to make sure that this is sitting on. Oh yes, remember that this ESX, this app server was giving us a problem because it is sitting on a local storage. So if I go down to a storage here, yeah, so this is sitting on a local storage. So guys, that is the reason why why it was not Vmotion from one ESXi host to another, because it was not sitting on a local storage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it to I'm going to migrate the storage to a shared storage. So let's see if I can migrate the storage. So in this case, I'm only going to migrate storage. So, and here, so migrating storage will be moving it to the shared storage. So in this case, I'm only moving the storage so that it is, it needs to move and next and sure. So, and here you will see now here the storage movement. Once it is, because the disk is almost empty, there is no operating system. So it should move quickly. And in this case, it is completed and we can just refresh this. So refreshing this, okay, it is still refreshing it. So refreshing this will show us finalizing, or it was still finalizing though. Okay, so it is moved there, but now it is giving an error here because one of the VMs that I created, I didn't use the thin storage. So guys, the problem with that is that since I didn't use a thin storage for this, it has taken all the storage from the shared storage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this VM so that I have a lot of empty space on that disk and we can do more Vmotions. So guys, movement of VMs from one ESXi host to another is known as Vmotion, and storage Vmotion is when we move a storage from one ESXi host to another. So, so in this case, I'm going to remove this, not from the inventory. I need to delete this. So how do I delete this?
Last option.
Oh yes, delete from the disk. Very good. So this is deleted. And probably this will give us more storage for this ESXi, for this VM as well. And since this VM is running, let me see that if this VM is still running. Yes, this VM is still running and I can change options. No. So this VM is not running because I moved the storage and there was a cold migration. But we'll run that VM again one more time. We'll power that on. The storage is changed. Yes, the storage is changed and also the notification is gone. So notification is gone and we'll try to. Okay, so this is just, I mean, my VCSA is busy. Okay, so guys, one more time, let's recap what we have learned today. Everyone, today we are learning Vmotion technology. Vmotion is a very, very important technology. And in this technology, what happens is a live VM moves from one ESXi host to another. And these are what you call as a hardcore requirement. So vCenter must be there. Cluster is not a hardcore requirement. Even if I move it out of the cluster, Vmotion will still work. You must have 2 or more ESXi hosts. You must have the same CPU, Intel or AMD. If different, then they can work as well. In the next lecture, we will learn about DRS. And in DRS, Vmotion will be used. So DRS cannot work without Vmotion, everyone. So make sure that you have, and in order to work with Vmotion, you must have VM kernel, your networking proper. So we will be working with the VM network port group. So make sure that all of your ESXi hosts are proper, and your shared storage, you must have a shared storage. Please go through the storage video, configure a shared storage as well, and make sure Vmotion is working.
Sir, I need to clear one thing.
Yes.
Sir, operating system, selection of operating system is also the same to migrate the VM, because when we select operating system, Windows or Unix, so it will be not a problem. That will be not a problem.
It won't be a problem. Why? Because we are moving that complete operating system as well. So let's say this would have been an operating system. We are moving everything along with VM. So operating system is not an issue. It could have been a Linux VM, Windows VM, a Unix VM, any VM. It will move with Vmotion.
Right.
Okay, guys, any more questions around this? This is a very, very important concept. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, this is Asim. I have a request.
Yes.
For this today's lecture, is whenever you have time, that's my request if you can do it. Whenever you have time, can you just record the video, whatever you did, no lecture, nothing.
Okay, smaller video. Okay.
Yes, and the step-by-step video, and then just post it on the G drive.
I will
because
do that.
It looks like so many things involved in this one, right? At the end of this lecture, now we are able to, do everything. But I think for
a separate video is
work.
Required. That's fine. That's fine. Yes, right. I will do it.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it, because it will work for me and everyone.
Oh, for sure. It will give you. But also go through this video as well, because we did some troubleshooting. Maybe in my other video, it might be straightforward, and we just do the main options, and it will work. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, if you don't mind, can I ask you one quick question, if this is the right spot to ask?
Yeah, for sure.
Remember I asked you for the DV switch?
Yes, DV switch, yes.
So can you just explain?
Exactly. So guys, there are 2 types of switches in VMware used. One is called vSwitch. So vSwitch is part of all of the network. So basically, these are all of the vSwitches. These are basically port groups. So I'm in the networking here, and so vSwitch is a switch that is available on each ESXi host. Okay, so which means that all ESXi host has at least one vSwitch, and vSwitches have these different port groups. So if I go to one of the ESXi hosts here and go to network, within network, I can see one V. So there is, so in this case, I have all of these vSwitches. Actually, these are not vSwitches. These are the network, but vSwitch we can find out from. Yes, from my other screen, from configure. Yes, right here. So here we can see a port group. So this is called vSwitches, and within vSwitches we have this one. I have one vSwitch. This is called vSwitch 0. If I want to see how many switches I have, so at the moment I have these switches inside. We created that for the previous video. So Esxi switch, test switch, management switch. But if I look at my other ESXi host, I won't find these switches, and the only switch that I have is vSwitch 0. So it has only one switch, vSwitch 0. So 2 types of switches in VMware, vSwitch and DV switch. The other one is DV switch. DV switch is used to manage multiple switches at the same time. Now, let's say if I need to configure this V switch on ESXi2, I need to go to ESXi2 and then come here and then add more port groups or make changes to this switch. And then if I need to do the same setting on ESXi1, I need to go to ESXi1 and do the same setting again. So if you're doing the same setting on 2 switches, it's simple. But if you're doing the same setting on 20 switches, 20 ESXi hosts, there is a chance of human error. There's a chance of human error. On one of the ESXi hosts, maybe you will forget to go inside management network, go to edit setting, and you forget to enable one of the check marks. So there is a human error issue with configuring 10, 20 different ESXi host V switches. For that reason, VMware provides us the option of DV switch. Now, DV switch is basically a switch in which, so here is the option for DV switch. If we can go back to network here. So in the network, this is a distribution switch. At the moment, I don't have a distribution switch. What happens is in distribution switch, I can create a distribution switch and do certain settings and then apply those settings to all the 20 ESXi hosts. So that means by using a distributed switch, I can do one configuration and do it and apply that configuration to 20 ESXi hosts. Now, how do you create a distributed switch if you ever need to create a distributed switch? So all you need to do is right click here on your data center, actually on your right here, yeah, on the data center, and create a distribution switch. So let's say if I create a new distribution switch, here I will name it, I will say this is distribution switch 01, D switch 01. And now the setting that I need to apply on both ESXi hosts is, let's say, first of all, it's saying that which ESXi host you're applying the setting. I would say it is 6.7. So this is just the version of ESXi host. And what setting do you want to apply? So here, let's say you want to say that the setting that I need to apply is that I need to add 3 uplinks to all the ESXi hosts. And also the IO control is disabled. So these 2 options are here and the name of the DV switch is this, and I can click next and finish. So now the DV switch is created. Now within the DV switch, if I go to networking here, I can see there is one DV switch here. Now this DV switch, with this DV switch can be applied to both ESXi hosts or maybe 20 ESXi hosts. So in this case, I can go to one of the DV switch options. And here I can further configure this DV switch. For example, remember promiscuous mode. I need to switch this off on all ESXi hosts. I will go in here, configure, and within going down to security. So here, permissions. So within permissions, we can go to actually ports. So guys, the main idea behind DV switch is the DV switch, whatever settings you do on the DV switch can be applied to all ESXi hosts that are in here. So let me go to networking. So this is my DV switch group. And within the group, I should be able to make some changes here. Yes. So right here, I have some protocols, and within this DV switch, properties and topology, and here is the edit. So here is my default port group, edit settings, and within edit settings, I can say that for this switch, promiscuous mode should be enabled on all of the ESXi hosts. So I can click in here And I can do more settings here. So I need to do, let's say for a special network, I need to do many different settings. So one of them is promiscuous mode is on and the traffic shaping is enabled and VLAN setting is this and that and all that. And so basically your next question is that how do you know that which setting do you need to do? Guys, we don't need to know. This will be our networking team. They will be giving us all that configuration. And most of the time they will be sitting beside us. They will be sitting beside us saying that, I need a distribution suite and you need to do these settings. So we don't need to understand that why do we need to do promiscuous mode? Why do we need to do MAC address changes at this point? As being a VMware admin, you just need to work with your networking team. They will guide you once you do the settings, and these settings will be applied to all of the ESXi hosts that are connected with DV switch. So that's what it is. So simply one is vSwitch. It's a single switch on each ESXi host, whereas DV switch is a switch that can configure multiple ESXi hosts and multiple vSwitches.
Okay, sir, my next question.
Yes.
So it in the real life looks like we all will be working on vSphere client, right?
We'll be working
or vCenter.
vCenter here.
Right.
You'll be working on this one. Yes.
vCenter, but it also says vSphere, right?
Yes,
If you see
yes, it's a vSphere client, and vSphere can client either individually to ESXi host or to a VCSA. So it's fine. Yeah, you'll be working with vSphere client for VCSA.
Okay, sir. So my next question is, that's fine. We created ESXi host, different ESXi host. But if we are working in the real environment and we are creating VMs inside the vClient, vCenter, so while creating the VMs in vCenter, why we should give them a individual switch? Why not just use the distributed switch?
Yes, most of the time is distributed switch will be used for a large environment, but one thing to remember is that that managing distributed switch requires networking skills. So whenever distributed switch will be used in the environment, your networking team will work with you. But in a small network, we don't use distributed switch. So let's say in a network of 4 or 5 ESXi hosts, we don't use a distributed switch because working on 4 or 5 ESXi host is really simple. You can configure everything on that. But working on 10 plus ESXi hosts, then we use distributed switch.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, everyone. So for now, you have this video. This video is recorded, and I will be posting that. And I will be creating a small video for Vmotion as well, for DRS as well. These lectures are very, very important, everyone. Please make sure that your environment is up to date and you have a good snapshot. And that reminds me that I should take a snapshot at this stage so that I can go back. And the snapshot is only required for ESXi 1. It's not required for all of your environment because ESXi 1 has your VCSA.
Sir, so you are making video with the storage?
Storage video is already there.
Okay. No, if you are making the video, sir, so I'm requesting you can make it with the storage.
Okay. I will add the storage option as well. Yes. But I will add the disk option. But in order to configure the Windows storage, you still need to go through that other video.
Sure, sir.
Okay. Because if I make it with the storage, it will be like 45 minutes video. So then it will be a long video then.
No more than
it's okay, sir. No.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you in the next lecture. And Faz, yes, I remember. We'll work on your VCS.
Sir, before you leave, you want to talk about Office 365?
Oh,
plan?
Yes, guys, Office 365.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Sir, one more thing. Sir, we want to clear that issue also, because what is the next procedure? Because we want to continue with you or like with the institute. There is still confusion, sir. I mean, by always
we'll talk later,
discuss about this thing,
Okay, Alamgir, sure. Okay, so guys, here I'm still talking to Amin Bhai, and we will. So Amin Bhai is still managing all this. So for the fee and everything, but if anyone has any issues, we can discuss together.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, sir, whenever you are free, we can discuss with you, sir. No
Sure,
problem.
sure. Okay.
Anytime, if you
No,
are
no
free, sir,
problem.
we can
No
discuss.
problem.
So, sir, it means the main
We can
point of
sort it
contact
out
would
this
be
issue,
Amin
sir.
Bhai.
Yes, he's the main contact. Yes.
Okay, good to know.
Okay.
So, sir, let's talk about Office 365. What's the plan?
Yes, Office 365, guys. So I will request everyone, if you can make it to this Friday evening, I'm giving them a demo class, the first class of Office 365. I want everyone to attend that class too. Because in that class, I'll give you a full intro to Office 365 administration, not just Word, Excel, and using of Office 365. Guys, it's not about that. It's about a complete administration of Office 365. And it is a very, very important job requirement if you have Office 365, Azure, and AWS. So instead of GCP is not that important because GCP is still rising up. We can learn GCP later on, but at the moment, Office 365 is a very, very important. If you look at the job market, everywhere it is required. So I would say join Friday evening, Friday evening first class.
What time, sir?
It is same time, 6:30 to 10:30.
Okay, and
So
how long the course
how many
gonna
more
go?
classes do we have left for VMware then?
So Zoom meeting ID would be same or different?
Sorry, could you hear me, Adnan bhai? Hello?
I think Sir Adnan disappeared.
I guess he might be having yeah, his mic is moving, but
Hello.
Adnan bhai, we can't hear you.
Okay, just a second.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, you hear?
Yes, sir.
It's cutting
Yes,
in and
sir.
out. Disconnect now.
No.
Oh, there we go.
So we thought you disappeared, sir.
Just a second. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes. So Faiz, I will work with you on this. And Ashish asked a question. 2 more classes left for VMware.
Basically Thursday and Monday.
Thursday and Monday. Yes.
And basically right away you're going to be starting the next class, Adnan bhai?
Yeah, for sure. Market is now catching up. I would highly recommend, do not break this chain and let it go.
Okay.
Okay, do not break this chain and let it go. Both are the same sentences.
So, sir,
Yes.
how many classes will be for Office 365? 8 class or 7?
It will be 6 to 8 classes.
6 to 8 classes. Okay.
Adnan bhai, sorry, after this class, what class we have after VMware?
So for this group, we have Azure class, but if you can all start with Office 365, you can start with Office 365 as well.
So my personal suggestion is let's go parallel Office 365 because we have a schedule already and we are ready for the next class of Azure. And beside the Azure, whoever wants to join for the Office 365 would be great.
Yeah, honestly, Adnan bhai, I probably might be taking a little break. That's just my personal thing. I just wanted to concentrate a little bit on the certificates right now, so I might just think about it. Is it okay if I give you a call a little bit later?
No problem. It's okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You know, the only problem is that since I have committed myself to complete this training, so I'll make sure that I'll be available. But after once the training is finished, probably that will depend on my timings then. So for that reason, I'm encouraging everyone, since we are going in one go, in one training and after one another, try to attend all these, finish all these trainings. But it's up to you, maybe, because everyone is busy, everyone has their own schedule. So but my recommendation will be to complete the training.
So, sir, after this we'll do Azure, and after that 365, right?
After this, we'll do Azure, then we'll do AWS, and then Office 365.
Yeah, that's okay. I think I will.
That's fine, sir. I think there is no issue with this.
Okay.
So,
But
so
sir, you
this,
have new, but
so
sir,
this
you have
Friday
new
they
group
won't.
coming up from this Friday, right? For Office 365.
Yeah, just attend this one class for the introduction, everyone.
Or introduction.
Okay, sir. Okay.
But so Zoom ID would be same, or you will give
No,
us a different
I
one?
will share another ID.
Okay. Okay.
If I forget to share, please remind me before Friday evening. I'll share it with you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Super, sir,
Right,
but
sir.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm a bit confused. This Friday, you have an intro of Office 365, right?
Right.
And then you will continue that Office 365 classes with other students?
Yes, I have already got this other group is already, they've finished Azure, they've finished AWS, and now they're starting Office 365.
So I'm going to join for the Office 365, and I'll take parallel courses, Azure and Office 365.
Okay, sure. But so I won't recommend this for everyone. So if you're 100% confident of everything what we have covered, then I would say, because in parallel, you'll have a lot of load on both of them. There are really serious labs on Azure and Office 365.
Sir, I think we should go one by one.
No, for
Sir,
yes.
but sir, because after all, within Azure and Office 365, you have to go to the cloud, right? At point.
Yes, for sure.
So that's why my interest is to let's do it for myself.
Okay, yeah, for sure. If you can take it, and I've seen your notes, Wasim. I think you can do it in parallel. But I still have to see other people's lab and their notes as well, and then we can decide. But for now, for introduction, if you want to join, please join in.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, everyone. Thank you so much. And
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Done. We are
Thank
done
you.
with today's lecture. Thank
Take
you.
care, sir.
You
Assalamu
too.
alaikum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan bhai.
Adnan bhai, Faz was waiting for you.
Yes, I am. I know.
And me too, sir. I have a question.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah, I want to show TeamViewer.
Okay. First of all, Salim.
I have few minutes. I want to know where is my Esxi
Okay, that's fine.
It's not showing.
Share with me your ID, and also Faz, you can also share your screen.
Okay, sir. Yeah, my ID is 397.
This is the.
Adnan bhai, I will also show you quick, because I am able to configure one Esxi. Other one is not showing.
It's okay. So Alamgir, before showing it to me, make sure that on your Windows server, is it Windows Server or OpenFiler?
It's OpenFiler, sir.
Okay. Faz, just give me a minute. I'm looking at your screen, but let me also connect to Salim's machine.
Okay. Should I stop share?
No, you can keep sharing, because I'm looking at his machine on TeamViewer.
My ID is 397.
Yes, I am connected. What is your password?
Yeah, 98Q.
98Q.
Yeah, 9 T for Tango, K for Kilo.
Okay. And
I try to look, sir, Esxi in the storage disk is not showing. Maybe I didn't change the name.
okay, Faz, just give me 2 minutes here. I'll just quickly have a look at this.
Sure, sir.
Okay, so in here, I can see your screen. Faiz, I'm going to share my screen as well so that you guys can see if you like.
Okay.
So here, what is your question? Can you
My
again?
question is in the storage is not showing iSCSI like disk
Okay.
in the storage.
So in the storage, it's not showing iSCSI disk. So iSCSI disk is coming from OpenFiler or Windows?
From Windows.
From Windows, from the same server or from the other server?
The other server, Canop's SRV.
This server. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So let me first quickly see your setting here.
Yeah.
And you can log in, please.
Sure. You're doing so or me?
Okay, so here I was just waiting for server manager. I'm gonna open server manager. So in here, what do we need to do? So I need to go to files and storage and iSCSI. How much did you got this machine for, Salim? This machine is fast.
I got from Costco around 1100 something. I'm not exact.
Okay, wow, this is good. It's 16 GB?
Yeah, 16 GB and 500 disk.
500 disk. Okay, excellent. Mashallah, it's really good. And what machine is it? HP or what?
HP.
HP
Core i7.
Core i7. And how much was it?
Close to 1100.
Wow, that is really good price.
Yeah. That time was the sale, like $250 discount. So.
Oh wow, that's good. Okay, so here I can see iSCSI target, and you have two disks here, E and F.
Two disks.
Okay, and both of them are not connected. Now here the most important thing is that how many iSCSI initiator you have given access to. So here I'm going to go to properties. So that's excellent. You are only giving one, but this is not IQN number. This is just by looking at it, I know that this seems not an IQN number, but your all IQN numbers are like this. Okay, so now let's go to your ESXi host actually on this server. And first of all, let's go to your storage. So going back to hosts and cluster, and here we can see that you have a Bahrain and England, and this is your main. This is your main.
Yeah.
So this is like ESXi host second.
No, this is the second. The first one is in the bottom. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna remove few things that are extra. So for example, we can remove this cluster. I mean, the more simpler you have, the better it is for your learning. Okay.
Yeah.
So for that reason, we can just remove this one. So on this cluster, there is nothing. Normally, if you remove a cluster, ESXi host will be removed as well. So we need to see that. So these clusters have nothing in them. So this cluster will be removed, and this ESXi host is sitting in Bahrain. Do you want to move it to this one? Because for Vmotion, you do need it, right? We can move it to this data center. So now we have two ESXi hosts in this. And so on this, first of all, on this ESXi host, we can go to configure.
Configure.
And we can go to, so this ESXi, we can go to software iSCSI adapter, which is this one. And on this adapter, okay, so there is that adapter. Sorry, I haven't clicked on that. So this adapter here in the dynamic discovery, you have not added the iSCSI target. So we'll just add iSCSI target. And here, do you remember the IP address of that Windows server?
192.168.30.30.
192.
168.30.30.
Okay, good. So once this is done, so it is trying to add this. We'll keep an eye on this. So this is added, and all we need to do is go to devices and rescan the hardware. Rescan the adapter and then rescan. Probably this will rescan the storage as well. But if it doesn't, then we can rescan the storage. So here, rescan the storage. Rescan completed, but it couldn't find the storage. So let's see. Going back to discovery, and this is the IP address. Let's make sure from your Windows server.
Yeah.
So this is 30.30, that's fine. Secondly, I still need to go back to Esxi, and here I can see 2 disks here, and go back to the properties here. And now we need to make sure that this is the right IQN. So going back to your other server, and let's see the IQN of this. So selecting the adapter, going to properties. So the properties and going down here, this is the IQN. So this is, see what I was saying, that IQN doesn't seems right for me. So you need the IQN basically of this adapter. Okay. So you need to go to properties, get from there and go here. And within that, we will remove this one.
And then this one.
So in the same manner, you will add the other one. So I'm not sure which one is it. Basically, it is showing all of them, but I'll add it right here.
Okay.
So that the one that I know, and this will be added. And if you want to add the second server as well, you will come here and add it right here.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah.
So since now this has, I mean, this is saying that this IQN will have access to the disk. So we'll go back here and now rescan the storage. So we'll go back to the devices. We already added a dynamic. We don't need to do that again. In the devices, we just need to rescan the storage now.
Oh, okay.
So now you can see both of the disks are here. Okay. Now, in order to use these disks, you need to basically you need to make them data store. Okay. So these 2 disks are here. So in order to make them a data store, right click on your Esxi host, and from here you need to go to the storage and create a new data store. Okay. But when you name the data store, we need to make sure that they are named as shared so that they are not mixed up with others. So in here, select one of the disk and we'll name it disk 1. So this will be Esxi disk 1. Or if you want to further remember this, which disk, maybe probably it is F disk. So you can name it in this just for the remembrance. This is F. But we're not sure that if it is the F disk, but because you can only match it with the serial number.
Okay.
So once this is done, you have created a shared disk, then you need to create a new VM inside this disk.
Yeah.
Okay. And make sure it's a thin provision. So now in the same manner, you can do the same thing on ESXi2 and do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. So I'll disconnect.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome.
Bye. Take care.
Take care.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Faz, you can share your machine.
This is the data center, sir, on which I have added 2 ESXi servers. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
But the thing is that the manner you added was like you just gave the fully qualified domain name, and I just added by giving the IP address. Because it was giving me a lot of problem. It was not allowing me to.
It's fine. It's okay. So for now here, this is your IP address. Now, first of all,
My main problem was I was trying to add over here networking and local host. It was not allowing me to uh, because the machine is like this is the machine, sir. ESXi server, sir. It's 360 cloud ESXi 01.
No, 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 no. Hold on. Go back. Here, you don't need to give the name of the ESXi server. This is the name of the VCSA. This is
Okay, sir.
VCSA setting, right? So
Yes, sir.
here you need to give a VCSA name. What is the name of the VCSA server?
It is over here. I'll show you, sir. So this is the name 360 Cloud VCSA 01.
So yes, you need to take this name and put it in there.
So I tried to put this as well, sir. It didn't work.
No, but you need
360.
to give a full name.
Yes,
Full
sir. 360 Cloud
FQDN.
VCSA 01 dot 360 Cloud dot local
Okay.
and so again, sir, this is the error I am getting again and again.
Yes. So the problem is that if you read the error, what is the error message?
The specified SSO username is not valid. Accepted user is administrator at domain.
Yes, and you're using a root user. Root user is not acceptable. So the accepted user is administrator at vsphere.local.
That's what I use, sir.
No, go back. Go back. So you used a root account.
Okay. And password should be the same here.
Okay, and save this. Save this here.
Okay, this was the problem.
So now this will take some time, but now you should be able to add Active Directory.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, you're most
Okay,
welcome.
sir. So one more thing, sir, I will say in Urdu, sir. वो आप जो डिस्क आपने जो ऐड किया सर उसके लिए फेल ओवर क्लस्टर और डिस्क जो आपने 740 में जो पढ़ाया था वही चीज़ है सर, उसकी नॉलेज होना जरूरी है सर। तो सर वो आपकी फिर वीडियो देखूंगा फिर मैं 740 की।
यार नहीं आप ये जो अभी मैंने स्टोरेज की वीडियो बनाई है वो ही फॉलो कर दें, उसमें सारा कुछ बताया मैंने। वो उसको नहीं देखना, जो मेरी अभी स्टोरेज की वीडियो है वो देखनी है।
अच्छा वो देखनी है, चलिए
मैं देखता हूँ, एक सेकंड पहले मैं ना आपको बताता हूँ कौन सी वीडियो है।
थैंक यू।
चैनल सर सब्सक्राइब कर लो यार।
हाँ, चैनल नहीं आपने सब्सक्राइब किया हुआ?
वो लेटेस्ट आती रहेंगी आपको ना।
वो सर
यूट्यूब पे तक।
हाँ वो यूट्यूब पे मैंने देखा है सर।
हाँ तो वही है
मैं उसी को ही फॉलो कर रहा हूँ, मगर मैं चाह रहा था कि वो उसके लिए प्रायर नॉलेज होना जरूरी है सर।
किसके लिए? नहीं यहीं से जो जिस तरह मैंने किया स्टेप बाय स्टेप उसी तरह कर ले बस।
ओके थैंक यू सर। सर ये हो गया सर वैसे?
क्या चीज़?
ये जो अभी ये
अच्छा फिनिश हो गया? नहीं ये हो रहा है अभी,
इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है,
टाइम लगेगा अभी।
मगर मैं यही चीज़ है ना सर, यही बस चाह रहा था।
दैट्स इट
बस ओके थैंक यू सर।
ठीक है। अच्छा नहीं वो स्टोरेज वाली वीडियो मैं आपको एक सेकंड अभी मैं बताता हूँ, सब्र करिए। अच्छा मैं आपका ना ये अपना शेयर करता हूँ स्क्रीन।
जी सर।
ओके सो अगर आपको मेरी स्क्रीन नज़र आ रही है?
यस सर।
ठीक है, इसके अंदर नीचे जाएंगे और यहाँ पे आके आपने ये वाली स्टोरेज है, ये पार्ट 1 पार्ट 2 ये दो हैं।
ओके
ये वाला चाहे ना करें, ये ओपन फाइलर है, ये भी करना चाहते हैं तो कर लें, लेकिन ये जरूर करनी है ये दो।
ओके सर, थैंक यू
ठीक
सर।
है, ये लिंक भेजूं मैं आपको, यह
सर
है
ये है
आपके
मेरे
पास?
पास, है मैंने बुक मार्क किया हुआ सर।
ठीक है
सर एक आखिरी चीज़ ये पूछ,
यार,
सर एक
इसको
आखिरी चीज़ सर।
सब्सक्राइब कर लें तो आपको नई वीडियोस की नोटिफिकेशन मिलती रहेगी।
ओके ओके सर, मैं ये कर लूँगा इंशाल्लाह। सर एक आखिरी चीज़ पूछनी है, जो आपने ऐड किया था, आपने डायरेक्ट विदाउट आईपी एड्रेस आपने फुली क्वालिफाइड डोमेन नेम के साथ किया था एसएक्सआई सर्वर, वो नहीं हो पा रहा था मुझसे सर।
यार वो किसी से भी नहीं हो रहा है, मेरे से भी नहीं हुआ, मैंने 4 बार किया है।
सर मैं बहुत ट्राई किया सर, नहीं हो पा रहा था।
यार उसके लिए ना वो ज़रूरी है कि आपका जो ESXi होस्ट है ना,
जी सर।
उसके ऊपर राइट DNS हो ESXi होस्ट पे भी, और वो DNS एंट्रीज भी कॉन्फ़िगर हुई हो। ये देखें मेरे पास तो सही हुआ है, नाम से हुआ है ये देखें। और इसके लिए सिर्फ दो चीज़ें ज़रूरी हैं। एक चीज़ ये है कि दिस ESXi होस्ट, यहाँ पे जिस वक्त आप कॉन्फ़िगरेशन में जाते हैं
जी सर।
तो इसके अंदर यहाँ पे जाके विंडोज कॉन्फ़िगरेशन में DNS का सही यहाँ पे हो, क्योंकि ये इधर से उसको वो करता है। यहाँ पे इसके अंदर जाके यहाँ पे जो है इसमें ये जो ये नहीं, ये तो गेटवे है। DNS को नीचे ये वाला DNS जो है ना, ये सही DNS को पॉइंट कर रहा हो।
ओके ओके
ठीक है, ये DNS को पॉइंट कर रहा हो और नाम भी नीचे सही लिखा हुआ हो। सही है, ये हो जाएगा। फिर इसके बाद आप अपने DNS सर्वर पे चले जाएं और DNS सर्वर के अंदर वो जो आपकी होस्ट एंट्री है वो सही हो। तो यहाँ पे इसके अंदर चले जाएंगे तो इसमें DNS में आके यहाँ पे इसके अंदर ये जो एंट्री है ना, यहाँ पे नाम सही होना चाहिए। जिस तरह अगर ये मेरा ये है तो इसका ये नाम होना चाहिए। ये नाम सही होना। अब मेरा जो VCSA2 है जो कि मैं अभी यूज कर रहा हूँ वो ये है, वो 220 है, तो इसका नाम बिल्कुल सही लिखा हुआ है इधर। बस ये
थैंक यू सो
एंट्रीज
मच।
ठीक हो तो हो जाएगा। ठीक है,
थैंक यू
चले
सो
सही
मच
है।
सर।
ओके जी,
अल्लाह
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
हाफ़िज़।
सर ये मेरा एक सेकंड देख
जी
लेना।
जी देखें, शेयर करें।
आप
जी जी
ओके सर। सो क्या हुआ सर कि स्टोरेज पे आके तो मुझे ये दिखा तो रहा है, सॉरी अच्छा ये VCSA का है, इसमें ये तो मुझे ओपन फाइलर इसका दिखा रहा है। लेकिन अभी मैंने इसको ऐड किया है जिस वक्त 13 को, तो 13 को नहीं शो कर रहा है। ये देखिए और
तो यहाँ
13
तो एक ही है, दूसरा वाला किधर है?
क्या चीज?
दूसरा होस्ट, दूसरा नहीं है स्टोरेज यहाँ पे? एक ही स्टोरेज में नजर आ रहा है यहाँ पे तो।
स्टोरेज तो एक को नहीं रेप्लिकेट करना है सर?
नहीं, एक ही को करना है, लेकिन आपके दूसरे वाले में दो दो आइस टारगेट क्यों है?
उसमें एक है सर पहले में।
नहीं, उसमें जाएं जाएं जरा।
ये देखिए वो हाँ, वो जो दूसरा था सर वो उसका था विंडोज सर्वर का था, लेकिन वो
ठीक है, और यहाँ पे 11 और 17 है। अब उधर जाएं, उधर क्या
ये
है?
मैं रिमूव कर देता हूँ अभी। ये जो है
हाँ
11, तो ये जो है 17 ये है VCSA का,
ठीक है, ओपन फाइलर का यानी।
ओपन फाइलर का, सॉरी
ठीक है।
ओपन फाइलर का। तो ये देखिए अब क्या हुआ है कि जो होस्ट 1 है उसको तो वो शो कर रहा है, लेकिन होस्ट जो 2 है उसको नहीं शो कर रहा है ये।
यार इनको आप दो डिफरेंट डेटा सेंटर में रखा है, ये कैसे वीमोशन करेंगे? ये तो वैसे ही वीमोशन नहीं करेंगे। तो पहले इनको उस डेटा सेंटर में तो लेके आए, आपका स्टोरेज भी उधर ही है। इसको छोड़ दें, चूंकि वो आपने रिमूव किया ना, वो कह रहा है कि वो करना है। आप दूसरे होस्ट में जाए, पहले तो उस होस्ट को उठा के ऊपर लेके आए, एक ही सिंपल करें कॉन्फ़िगरेशन को।
किसको?
ये न्यूयॉर्क वाला जो होस्ट है आपका, इसको ऊपर ले आए टोरंटो डेटा सेंटर में। उसको एक्सपेंड करें ना, न्यूयॉर्क डेटा सेंटर। हाँ, इसको अब ऊपर लेके आए पहले।
यू मीन इसको इसके अंदर करूं?
हाँ 13 वाले पे क्लिक करें, ड्रैग करके, हाँ ऊपर ले, नहीं इसको न्यूयॉर्क डेटा सेंटर को नहीं लाना, होस्ट को लाना है बस।
ओके।
हाँ नहीं तो आपने डेटा सेंटर पे रखे ना लाके, होस्ट पे क्यों रख रहे हैं? उसको ड्रैग करें, नहीं पहले होस्ट को सिलेक्ट करें। हाँ इसको 13 को सिलेक्ट करें और इसको ड्रैग करके ऊपर डेटा सेंटर पे रखें, टोरंटो डेटा सेंटर पे। नहीं हाँ डेटा सेंटर।
ओके, डेटा सेंटर में आप हैं। ये देखिए, राइट।
कनाडा पे नहीं, टोरंटो डेटा सेंटर इसके नीचे।
डेटा सेंटर की है, ये देखें।
नहीं आप कनाडा पे रख रहे हैं, ये इस पे।
ओके ओके,
वो तो फोल्डर है बस। चले अब ये मूव हो गया, ठीक है। अब इसमें 13 के स्टोरेज पे जाएं। ठीक है, 13 के स्टोरेज पे वो इसका ये अडॉप्टर सिलेक्ट करें दूसरी साइड पे। ठीक है,
ये तो ओके, इसका ये हो गया।
ठीक है, ठीक है। यहाँ पे ये है, डिवाइसेस में जाएं। अच्छा जी, तो अब ये नहीं दिखा रहा, तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जो इसका IQN है ना, उसको एक्सेस नहीं है ओपन फाइलर में, उसकी एक्सेस नहीं है। तो इसकी प्रॉपर्टीज में जाएं, प्रॉपर्टीज साथ ही है इसकी प्रॉपर्टीज।
ओके,
हाँ, इसमें से IQN नंबर कॉपी करें इसका।
सर ये दोनों का IQN डालना है?
जी जी, दोनों का, जिसको भी उसकी ओपन फाइलर में ये IQN भी जाएगा ना।
ओके, IQN जाएगा।
यार वैसे तो आप विंडोज के आइसकजी से चला लेते काम, वो ज्यादा बेहतर था।
तो हाँ, मैं वो कर लूंगा सर। अब ये बना हुआ है, इसको एक बार करके फिर आप करूंगा।
ठीक है,
तो
अब आप जाए ओपन फाइलर पे।
ओपन फाइलर, ओके।
नहीं नहीं, यहाँ पे नहीं, उसकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में।
ओके,
हाँ अच्छा जी, तो यहाँ पे सबसे पहले आइसकजी टारगेट पे क्लिक करें, साइड पे, वो राइट साइड पे। अच्छा सिस्टम पे चले जाएं, सिस्टम पे।
सिस्टम पे, ओ आई सी। सिस्टम
ऊपर ऊपर है सिस्टम। हाँ नहीं, आगे वो इधर इस साइड पे। हाँ ऊपर जो ब्लू मेन्यू है ना, ब्लू मेन्यू, उसमें।
ओके,
ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे जो है ये प्राइमरी DNS ये है, ये इसका नाम है, और नीचे आ जाए। ठीक है, यहाँ पे आपने इस पूरे नेटवर्क को एक्सेस दी हुई है। ठीक है, सही है, ये सही है बिल्कुल। तो इसमें IQN नहीं डालना आपने, ऊपर आ जाए। अच्छा जी, वॉल्यूम्स पे जाए, नीचे आए। तो यहाँ पे ये वाली डिस्क उधर नजर आ रही है 1 पे?
जी बिल्कुल नजर आ रही है।
1 पे नजर आ रही है, ठीक है, ऊपर जाए। अब आप चले जाएं इसमें वॉल्यूम ग्रुप पे, राइट पे, ये वॉल्यूम ग्रुप ही है वैसे। इसके नीचे ब्लॉक डिवाइसेस, नहीं ये ठीक है, ये यहाँ नहीं, उसी के वॉल्यूम ग्रुप के नीचे लिखा है ब्लॉक डिवाइसेस।
ओके,
फिर क्लिक करना, जा रहा है मेरे ख्याल है।
एक वॉल्यूम ग्रुप ही कह रहा है सर।
हाँ, उसके नीचे ऐड वॉल्यूम पे,
हाँ ऐड वॉल्यूम,
ठीक है, नहीं जाना इस पे। आइस कजी टारगेट पे, अच्छा जी, हाँ यहाँ पे, इधर इधर ऊपर आए, इधर साइड पे। अब यहाँ पे ऐड करें जी, नहीं ये तो टारगेट है ना, नहीं ये टारगेट है, यहाँ पे नहीं ऐड करना।
ओके,
एक सेकंड, ये तो टारगेट है, कि टारगेट तो ये खुद है, ठीक है, टारगेट IQN, और ये सिलेक्ट आइस कजी टारगेट, वो तो ये हो जाएगा। अब इसमें ऐड करें जरा,
ऐड करेंगे तो वही कह रहा है।
अच्छा वही है, ठीक है, ठीक है, वो नीचे ऐड हो गया असल में ना, तो नहीं ऊपर ही आ जाए, ठीक है। तो अब इस पे जाए, लाइन मैपिंग पे जाए, इसके साथ ही है। अच्छा जी, यहाँ पे, हाँ ये मैप नहीं हुआ हुआ, इसको मैप करें, नीचे 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 नीचे, इसको मैप करें, हाँ ये मैप हो गया ना। अब आप नेटवर्क ACL पे जाएं, इससे आगे, ठीक है, ये सही, इसको अलाउ करें, बस अब आप वापस जाए उधर। अब आप इसको करें, रीस्कैन स्टोरेज करें, रीस्कैन एडॉप्टर करें पहले, डिवाइसेस पे जाएं, ऊपर जाएं, थोड़ा सा ऊपर, तो डायनामिक डिस्कवरी पे जाएं। अब आप वो रीस्कैन स्टोरेज करें, ऊपर जाएं। यार इसको बिग स्क्रीन कर लें, आपको बहुत ऊपर नीचे जाना पड़ा है इधर, इसको फुल स्क्रीन कर लें, वो ऊपर, हाँ ये वाला, इसके साथ वाला, इसके साथ दूसरा, इससे अगला,
ये वाला,
नहीं ये भी नहीं, वो एक और ऊपर जाए, नंबर 3, इसके साथ ये, ठीक है, ठीक है। अब आप डायनामिक डिस्कवरी पे जाएं, थोड़ा सा ऊपर करें, स्क्रॉल ऊपर करें, ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर,
मुझे इस साइड से नहीं दे रहा है ऑप्शन।
अच्छा नहीं दे रहा, नहीं ये ऊपर, ये उसके ऊपर खाली जगह है ना, वहां क्लिक कर दें, नहीं ये इसी स्क्रॉल बार के ऊपर थोड़ी सी खाली जगह नहीं है, हाँ ये, ठीक है। अब यहाँ पे रीस्कैन स्टोरेज करें, ठीक है, और डिवाइसेस पे क्लिक करें, अच्छा
इसमें तो सर IQN जो है वो उसका अपना एक ही IQN होता है, उसके बाद मैपिंग के बाद इसके अंदर तो मैंने कोई नहीं IQN डाला था।
नहीं होता, हाँ ओपन फाइलर में इसलिए नहीं होता क्योंकि वो ना पूरे नेटवर्क को हम एक्सेस दे ही देते हैं, वो जो
जी
सिस्टम वाली हमने पहले ही चेक की थी ना, उसमें हमने पूरे सबनेट को एक्सेस दी हुई है, इसलिए IQN उसमें इसमें नहीं डालना पड़ता।
जी
तो इसमें
हाँ, तो ये है
इसमें
कि इसमें तो ये तो शो कर रहा है इसके अंदर, ये
अच्छा
देखें,
दिखाएं,
जो 12 है, ये देखें इसकी आइसकजी की, ये जो एक तो ये भी शो कर रहा है, उसका ये
ये
दिखा रहा
वही डिस्क है, हाँ वही है, 74 GB डिस्क है।
है।
इसका डायनामिक डिस्कवरी देखें,
ये
17,
17 है ना।
ठीक है। और उसी में जाएं, 13 में कोई प्रॉब्लम है?
जी
13 वाले में जाएं, दूसरे होस्ट में जाएं।
3
और इसमें ना वो जो डायनामिक डिस्कवरी है ना, उसके अंदर जाएं और उसको आहिस्ते से टारगेट निकाल के दोबारा ऐड करें।
13
निकाल दें इसको।
लेकिन सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जिस वक्त इसके ऊपर आप हम पहले पे आते हैं और जिस वक्त आते हैं वहां पे तो उसको जो है इसका टारगेट मिला होता है, यहाँ पे शो कर रहा होता है आईपी एड्रेस जो है ओपन फाइलर का।
कहाँ पे?
अभी देखिए, ये देखें, इस वक्त हमने इसको किया, फिर मैं डायनामिक पे हूँ, इस वक्त आया हूँ, ये 1 मिनट 12 का, ये देखिए 12 इसको जी, और इसको ये देखिए, इसको ये ओपन फाइलर दे रहा है आईपी एड्रेस। नो
यार एक सेकंड, आप कहाँ पे हैं जी? ये आप हैं सॉफ्टवेयर अडॉप्टर पे?
जी हाँ, मैं 12 पे हूँ। 12 के ऊपर आइसकजी के ऊपर जब मैं आया हूँ उसके बाद मैंने देखा इसके ऊपर डिवाइसेस में तो ये शो कर रहा है कि
ठीक
जो
है,
है
ये
ना।
सही है, बिल्कुल सही है।
और जो 13 पे मैं आता हूँ, 13 के ऊपर नहीं दिखाता है, ये देखिए।
ठीक है, वो नहीं दिखा रहा ना, तो अब आप दोबारा जाएं डायनामिक डिस्कवरी पे, उसको दोबारा ऐड करें, क्योंकि हमने रिमूव किया ना अभी। अब आप इसको रीस्कैन अडॉप्टर, रीस्कैन हार्डवेयर करें।
नहीं शो कर।
आपके पास 2 ही ESXi होस्ट हैं या और भी है कोई?
3 है।
तीसरा भी ऑन कर दें, कर सकते हैं?
जी जी।
यार लेकिन एक सेकंड, मुझे ये बताएं कि ये कि नीचे क्या आ रहा है इसके अंदर, VMB64 में क्या आ रहा है? ये जो नीचे और भी अडॉप्टर है ना, इसी में इधर ही जहाँ पे ये आइस का भी अडॉप्टर है।
ये वाले सर?
नीचे करें।
ये तो सर
ये
बिल्ट
तो
इन है।
डिफॉल्ट वाले हैं, डिफॉल्ट वाले हैं ना, ये मुझे पता है डिफॉल्ट वाले, लेकिन इसमें जाए जरा।
किस में?
64 वाले में।
ओके, ये लोकल।
ठीक है, ठीक है, नहीं नहीं, ये सही है, जाने दें। तो अब आप तीसरा ESXi होस्ट ऑन कर लें।
तीन